Welcome to another edition of Insomnia, Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. How are y'all doing tonight? Happy Wednesday. Hopefully it's been a good, productive day for y'all. Y'all have gotten a lot done. At least it's the middle of the work week for many of y'all. I actually got to enjoy a couple days off. I got some rest that I needed. Probably need some more because I'm still fighting my cold, but at least I'm feeling a lot better. So how are y'all beautiful people doing tonight? What's going on with y'all? What's the vibe? Y'all been at home, relaxing, taking it easy. Hopefully y'all got some food and y'all got to eat. I got to eat, thankfully, before I came on. Alright, beautiful people. I've got most of y'all's cards pulled, but I'm going to pull a few more. And then I can go over this general collective reading with y'all. Alright, let's see what Spirit has to tell y'all tonight. Spirit. Look up, Spirit. Spirit. Alright, beautiful people. Hold on one second. I need to do something. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. Oh, hi, Ava. Hi, Aaron, Kumar. Hi, Reddy. How y'all doing? Hi, Bishop. How you doing, baby? Hi, Marquez, Andy. Hi, Eternal Light. How you doing, baby? Let's see. Pull this out. Okay. This. Let's see. On the gravy train. I love it. You gotta stay on that gravy train. Do I like chocolatey? What is that supposed to mean? Thank you, Yusuf. Hi, Master Crayons. How you doing, baby? It's good seeing you. All right, beautiful people. That's what I got for y'all. Remember, this is a general collective reading. So take what resonates and leave the rest. And if something don't fit y'all, don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. And if nothing resonates today, it may not be meant for you today, but it doesn't mean it might not be true for you down the road if you should ever feel called to this reading. All right, beautiful people. So if you're new here, I go over and pull cards from 2 decks that I use that are spirit guide decks that are just straight messages from spirit, and then I go through tarot and then oracle cards afterwards. So starting off, I get forgive yourself. Spirit's asking you to have more compassion with yourself. There's something you've done, said, that you are having regrets about, and Spirit's wanting you to let it go. And I feel like it has to do with a financial plan or arrangement you made that you're like in regret over, or you feel like it was a mistake, and Spirit saying let it go, don't worry about it. I feel like there's more abundance coming in, but they want you to kind of don't feel like you can't still take a risk. I feel like for someone in particular, this has to do with a business. So if you're looking at starting your business, I feel like there's some details you need to like relook over before you put yourself back out there and try and gain more contracts or do something new in regards to money. The next one is kindness counts. And with the kindness counts, I get the card Healer of Ages, which is all about healing. This can be mentally, emotionally, physically, or spiritually. I feel like y'all need to help someone who's in need right now. Maybe you just need to be like a mentor to them because they're going through a difficult time, so they need someone to talk to, and you're that person who's a healer that has that wisdom and that advice that will help them get through this time period that's difficult for them. So Spirit's asking you to step up and be that healer because a lot of y'all are light workers, whether you realize they're not. And the next one is thoughts create your reality. So, beautiful people, this is all about manifesting your reality. You know, we don't realize how strong our thoughts are, but when we think of something, a goal, a dream, a desire, and we take it into deep consideration and have a lot of thoughts about it, we end up putting that into action, whether we realize it or not. Subconsciously, we start acting out in that way. And before you know it, say a year from now, if you have thought of like starting a business, and a year from now, if you keep putting time into that desire, you'll gradually watch yourself manifest exactly that business. So always remember this, because even when it comes to manifesting good things, you can also manifest bad things, fears. It's like the saying goes, you create what you fear, so be careful with that. But I do feel like this manifesting comes with contracts. So this has to do with your money. This can be um, signing a lease on an apartment. This can be buying a car. This can be like buying a home. It can even be you going to a new job and signing a contract for your employment. So place it where it fits. If you're wanting to create something new, especially when it comes to finances, bringing in more abundance, I feel like this is the right time for you to start putting that into action. But you got to forgive yourself, like Spirit said at the beginning, and let go of any doubts or mistakes you might have made in the past. That's in the past now. Focus on the present and the future, because there's a lot of abundance coming in, as I see here in the cards I pulled out for the tarot. Let's see. The first one is the Knight of Swords. This is all about having something that's come in um, quickly, that you're having to work tirelessly through. Could be a decision. It could be having to do, I feel like this has to do with family matters. You might even be having to be forced to be put in a situation, because I feel like for someone out there, this has to do with like one of your parents, like having to put them in a retirement home of some kind, and it's bringing a lot of stress and worry for over their care. So I feel like spirits wanting you to know that they're there and that you're doing the right things, you're making the right decision, even if you feel like you aren't. Um, it may come with a lot of people in your ear who might be telling you you made the wrong choice, or they would never do such a thing, which, I'm not going to judge anybody. Nobody can ever understand what anyone's going through when it takes, comes to having to care for a loved one. Y'all know I've been through that, and it was very hard on me, and I was very young. So if anyone's in your ear telling you you've made a mistake or you shouldn't have done that, let it go. Okay. I get the Eight of Wands, and I understand this comes with a lot of heavy weight. But understand that those decisions you make are for you, your family, what's best for you, and even for your loved ones, whether they recognize that or not, or whether others see it that way or not. Know you did the right thing and made the right choices that was best for you. And, as I always tell y'all, try to keep it classy, but tell them to take a hike. But for me, I would just say the hell with them. You can't control what other people do. The next one is the Five of Pentacles. This is all about being in a thought of lack. Like you feel like you don't have enough. This can be financial resources. This can also be in overall your life, having all your needs met, not just your wants, but specifically your needs. And you might be in a position where you're not, you're struggling some, and you might need some help. Spirit's saying, if you need help, don't be afraid to ask someone for help. If you have people in your circle you think could step up and help you, be willing to ask them. you know as my mom always told me, the answer will always be no until you ask. And if there's someone that you are in a position that can help someone, Spirit saying also offer that help to them. You never know when that time may come. You might need help, and the universe sees every single time we do a good act, like an act of kindness, and offer our help to someone else who's in need, it comes back to us tenfold. So don't forget that, because I get the Judgment card. So Spirit's asking you to make that right judgment and choose that path that works out best for you, that you can feel comfortable with in helping someone else, or as I said, make sure you go through, if you're in times of stress, that you aren't afraid to ask someone for help. Swallow your pride. I know sometimes that can be hard, especially for, many of us who are very strong and independent, used to relying on ourselves. It's hard to let anyone else know that we're not doing as well as they may think. Swallow that pride. My daddy used to say, pride can kill a man. So don't allow it to be the death of you, to where you're, doing worse off than what you could be if you hadn't asked someone for help. And in the middle, I get the Seven of Cups. This is all about having many choices. But a lot of these choices could be very complex. So Spirit's asking you to do a lot of research, but don't procrastinate. This involves whatever major decision you got to make right now in your life. Um, don't be afraid to go over your options, because you have more than one option, more than one choice. But make sure you do your research before you jump in, because Spirit's showing me with the Page of Swords with this that there's more details that needs to be looked at before going forward. So please don't rush into making a decision, before knowing all the facts and doing some research on it, and then going and making a decision. I feel like some of this involves around contracts, y'all. So if y'all, again, are in some type of business, or you're possibly looking at, making a big purchase of some kind, I feel like you need to look over those contracts very carefully first before you sign the dotted line. And the next one is the Four of Cups. This is all about not being completely happy where you're at. Like, it's a lack of interest, not feeling fulfilled where you're at. And so you're kind of worried about what has already happened. And because you're so worried about what's already happened, you're missing an opportunity that's being presented to you because you're focused elsewhere. So Spirit's wanting you to take a chance, because there's this one cup that's being offered to you. And I just heard Spirit say it's going to be the light at the end of the tunnel. So if you feel like you're on your last leg, so to speak, Spirit saying it's not, but you need to open your eyes and look around you and see all the other possibilities and opportunities that are coming in or will be coming in towards you here soon. And it might mean you have to take yourself out of your comfort level, or even look to someone with more knowledge, more experience, because I get the Hierophant card with this. So I feel like this opportunity that's coming in is going to be from someone who has a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge that can guide you right to making whatever decision you need to make, or whatever this opportunity is that's bringing, coming towards you from the universe. I feel like it's something you've been asking for, that you've been trying to manifest, and the universe is trying to offer it to you now. But if you're so focused elsewhere, or over things that have already happened, events that have long been past, or gone, you're going to miss this opportunity. So don't miss it. And pay attention to the people in your close circle, or anyone new that walks in, because that person, I feel, is going to be a great help to you, great assistance to you. And the last one is the Two of Pentacles. And this is all about looking over, your options as far as, juggling, because I feel like some of you are juggling a lot. This could be, juggling, more than one job, just trying to stay afloat. Spirits wanting you to prioritize your time. Um, make better use of your time. I feel like there is something else out there if you are in a position of having to work more than one job just to support yourself. Spirit showing me that there are more opportunities, that you're going to end up missing if you don't, look around for another opportunity that's out there, that's coming towards you, that I feel like will take you out of that stress of feeling like you got to like kill yourself just to survive and live. So they want you to make the most of your time. So right now it might be in the short term where you're going to have to maybe spend an extra hour a day looking over possible new jobs out there, in order to find that one that will give you the kind of income and resources you need, that you're receiving from working 2 jobs right now to where you would only have to work one, and to where you can spend more time on the things in this life you want to do, spend time with your family and friends. Because Spirit's showing me that there's going to be a new opportunity, something that's going to be like a big creative project that's going to come in. I get the Ace of Cups with this, so this is telling me that's going to be um, a job or a project that's going to bring a lot of happiness and fulfillment. The Ace of Cups can also be an opportunity of love, like someone's coming in want to offer you a cup of love, even. Um, if you feel like you're, not like I feel like for someone specific out there, you're dating more than one person right now. And I feel like Spirit's saying, instead of focusing on more than one person, try and focus on just one person. Because I feel like there's someone out there who is right for you that Spirit is bringing forward, but you're failing to see it because you're too distracted. You're focusing on more than one person when you could be investing your time and just focusing in one relationship than focusing on two or more. So don't do that. Don't juggle. Don't play with people's hearts like that, beautiful people. I know you wouldn't want someone to do that to you, so don't do that to them, okay? And now for the Oracle cards, beautiful people. I pulled from the Guides of the Hidden Realms, the true source of power. And this card says, when true power is expressed, it is beautiful to experience. It is not an act of self-will, but a channeling of divine will, where you are fully in service to a higher calling. It is a true surrender, a self-forgetting with access to the transformative power to make such an extraordinary change. There is a profound and simple prayer that illustrates this. Thy will be done through me. Relieve me of the bondage of self so I may better do thy will. I surrender my will to thine. Use me as thou wilt. Amen. It reminds us that we are all here because the universe needs to experience life through us. Trust in the invisible world and remember that your personal efforts or what you see in the material world are not the source of your supply. When you remember God or spirit or the conscious universe or whatever name you choose for divine intelligence is the source of your supply, you will see the synchronicities drawing forth abundance beyond your imagination. You're being invited to remember this sacred technology now. Surrender your wants, goals, and desires to a higher power and watch the miracles unfold. Keep walking and trust with all your heart. So, beautiful people, this is like spirit challenging you to hold up yourself in a higher regard. Integrity is everything. And know that your integrity plays an impact in the world, not just on yourself and the people in your close circle, but in the world. It's like the butterfly effect. It radiates outward. So know that you have a light that needs to be shared with the world, but it has to come with you holding yourself up to a higher standard too, and be willing to give yourself and show the world what it is that you have. Because it's like, y'all hear me talk about passed over loved ones, how they go through and, though they may not be here with us physically, they're still here with us in spirit. Their spirit carries on and they walk beside us. And as they walk beside us, they're living life vicariously through our eyes. They're able to still go on. And through us, they still learn more, even being on the other side, but they're still here with us too. So, and through you, others will also learn and they will see the magic that you possess, that you're supposed to be here to share, as we're all here to share in this journey, in this life experience, to grow and evolve. And with the changing of seasons, we also change and evolve and become better for it as life teaches us new things, new lessons. It's those same lessons that we change and grow and evolve and teach others our lessons, especially when we have children or grandchildren. We got to teach them to be better and how, to do better, because at the end of the day, we're not just raising kids, we're raising young people who are going to also be adults one day themselves, and they're going to have to go out there and chart their own path. And all we can do is make them the best that we can make them through our lessons, the life we've lived, our mistakes. So hopefully that they will learn from us and they won't go out there and make those same mistakes, and they'll do better, because we want them to be better than what we are. So remember that. That plays a role on the whole universe. And the next one, beautiful people. I actually pulled two from this deck because they both jumped out, so I took them both. The first one is from, and this is from the Oracle, the Seven Energies. And this is called Quieting the Mind. It says, life is chaotic, busy, loud, frenetic, and overwhelming. Some days all that noise is like the roar of thunder echoing around you, and it feels as if you're being pummeled by a rainstorm. Isn't this why we take vacations, to get away to somewhere peaceful? In spite of the surrounding din of the world, today you need to slow down and find a bit of peace. So go ahead and take a deep breath right now. Make a commitment to be still, if only for 5 minutes. Count your breaths and be mindful of every one of them. Know that you have all the time in the world to do the things that need doing. Everything is perfect as it is. Of our core beliefs about the world originate in our thoughts and feelings, which then become our perceptions. If our thoughts are all over the place, that is how we will experience the outer world. But what if the outer world didn't matter at all? What if at our center there were a place that is also calm, where the mind doesn't have a million things to say, where problems and challenges aren't nearly as important as we think they are? Today requires you to take an internal break and go to that silent space to regroup, meditate on the stillness within. Choose a peaceful mind and nothing else. You will be amazed by how easily everything falls into place once you do. Beautiful people, we all deserve to have some quiet time, some alone time. And I know sometimes that could be hard for many of us, to do or to find, because there's only so many hours in a day, which I get, especially when we're busy, working in our careers. And then if we have children or a spouse to look after and take care of, we also got to, spend time taking care of them, which leaves very little to no time for ourselves. But, what I can tell y'all is, even if you were to take like 5, 10 minutes out of your day, maybe it's just to sit in your car, before when you come home and you pull in a, driveway, before walking inside, spend that 5, 10 minutes to yourself, talk to spirit, just be in that calm, that quietness, and maybe even do it before you go to sleep when everyone else is in bed. Give yourself that time. You deserve that luxury to be able to be in your own thoughts instead of, so worried about everyone else and what they're doing. All those thoughts can cloud our judgment sometimes if we don't take the time to go through it and release it, instead of just hanging on to it and just putting it in the back of our minds and suppressing it. That just adds more weight to us. And those things never get worked on. They never get, resolved, our problems. Um, Even our ideas, our goals, our dreams for ourselves. It's hard to dream about anything or, put in place and plan any goals if we're too busy worrying about what's going on with everyone else and not giving ourselves that, extra time to love ourselves and be with ourselves. All right. And then the other one is called Willing Release. And it says, some days you have to let go of your struggle to find an answer and focus on other things for a while. This doesn't mean giving up altogether or losing anything. Remember that in our co-creative partnership with the divine, give and take is necessary. You do your part by setting your intentions in taking any necessary actions, but you must then surrender the form, the timing, and the how to your higher power. There is a divine plan for each of us. When acting on this faith, you may find that your intense desire for something translate into a feeling of attachment and entitlement. Right now, can you immerse yourself in this experience and allow the divine plan to unfold as it will on your behalf without interference? Can you be open to receiving what is yours, even if it is not packaged in the form you thought you wanted? Perhaps if you look deeper, you will see that you've received the perfect vibrational match to your most authentic wants and needs. You have put in the work, defined your desires and felt them deeply, and engaged your higher power. Now you must let go and see what transpires. This isn't always easy. Impatience erodes the foundations of your trust in the divine. Surrendering truly will serve your highest good. Knowing this truth in your heart, can that really be so difficult? So beautiful people, this is like the death card to me. It's how I read this. You know, the death card in the tarot is all about transition and change and rebirth. So I feel like Spirit's asking you to let go of all the things that have happened up to this point that, yeah, we make mistakes. We're human beings, right? That's part of living. It's part of being here. It's part of our growth. But as long as we learn from those mistakes and don't do it again or try and do better, that's all, divine is asking us for. So you have to release all those things in the past that are over and done with. You can't change them, right? All you can do is take the lessons you learn from it, along with the people you love and care about, and all the great memories, and bring them forward with you into your present and into your future. The rest you got to leave in the past, release it, let it go, so you can focus on the new that's coming in. Because in order for the universe to bring in something new, you have to first make room. Well, in order to make room for the new, you got to release the old first. So don't be afraid to let go. Some things aren't worth holding on to. All right. And then I pulled, let's see. I got a couple of angel number cards, and then I pulled this angel card from my Archangel Michael deck. And it says, open your heart. No one is perfect. Stop judging yourself and others, and let love heal this situation. So beautiful people, open your heart, open your mind, even your soul. You know, we're always afraid of allowing people to see us in our most vulnerable state, but that's what makes us the most beautiful too, and it shows we're human. It shows, we have a heart, we have a soul. We have a lot of love to give. And yeah, maybe some people take advantage of it, or they, just throw us away, or they take us for granted. It doesn't mean that the next person that walks into your life, whether you want to talk about this in a romantic context or your friendships, or even with a family member, it doesn't mean that the other next person that comes in is going to stomp all over your heart, you know. And with it, when we open our heart, we're able to help not only heal ourselves, but also heal others. It's our love that's very healing and nurturing. So be willing to be open and be more giving of yourself. As I always say, love is always worth the risk. And it is. And it's worth having. All right. And then I pulled two angel numbers cards because they both came out. So I took them both. And the first one is number 9999, Lessons Learned. Take stock of your accomplishments and how you arrived at them. This is a reminder to maintain optimism and drive toward your goals. Maintain your momentum and know that the powers of heaven have your back. You made it, and the reward goes to you. So beautiful people, take stock of your accomplishments. You know, you may not feel like you've accomplished a lot or you achieved a lot, but Spirit's saying you have. So don't doubt that. It's time for you to recognize your accomplishments, your achievement, where you're at now compared to where you were, you know, from yesterday, a week from yesterday to today, or a year from today. Think of it all, how far you've come. You know, there's times I'm sure y'all can relate to this where I know I wasn't sure how I was going to get through another day or how I was going to survive, you know, and even through all of that, I still managed to find a way to get through it and survive, and I'm here now. The same is true for you, so don't forget that. And the other one is number 1212, and this is persistence. It says, "Oh, happy day. An ample opportunity related to your life's purpose is just around the corner. Take immediate action once it pops up. Of course, a lovely partnership or an epic romance is also in the cards. So persistence pays off. Be persistent in your pursuit of happiness. Know that there's that opportunity that's just right around the corner. Just like all the tarot said, you have abundance coming in, something new that's coming in. Be persistent. Be willing to keep forward so you can have the goals and the desires you want for yourself and for your life." All right, beautiful people, that was the general collective reading. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. And if something didn't fit y'all, please don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. All right, beautiful people, who else is here? You didn't want to hear what? Master Crayons. Okay, that's kind of better. Hi, JJ. Hi, Starla Rainbow. I'm doing gravy, beautiful. How you doing? Hi, Tim. I'm gravy, baby. How you doing? Hi, Alan. How you doing, baby? Hi, Giona Forever. Hi, Kiana Charles Reeves. Hi, Ruth. Oh, thank you for subscribing, beautiful. Welcome. Hi, Richard. Oh, well, thank you, Ruth. Yeah, I try not to curse. I mean, I might slip up, but I really do try not to use any of those words in here. So I try and keep it clean. Hi, Ray. Much love to you too, baby. So how y'all feeling, beautiful people? How's y'all's week been so far? I hear my kitty cat at the door. He wants in. So y'all got anything exciting going on? Put these cards back. You know, I had a weird dream the other night. And I mean, I know I dream, but I don't remember my dreams every night. But I did have one weird dream. I had a dream, in case some of y'all don't know, I took in a stray kitty cat, a mama cat, who, when I first saw her, I didn't think or know she was pregnant, but after I fed her for a couple days, I saw her belly swell right up, and sure enough, she was pregnant. So she gave birth to 4 kittens, and so I have now both the mama cat and the kittens in the house. So I dreamed that one of the cats got pregnant. I'm like, oh great. And then I dreamed I had another cat show up out of nowhere who looked just like one of my kittens. So, which I think was the, must be the daddy, which I haven't seen the, daddy cat. So I don't know where he's at. I know I saw other cats running around, but I don't know if it's like part of the litter that the mama cat came from, or it's someone else's cat and they're just out running free because people, you know, let their cats especially run free around here. So, and then I saw a big, what was it? It was either a dog or a wolf. It came up and ate the daddy cat. I was like, oh gosh. And then I woke up. It's like, I don't know what that dream meant, but it was strange, I gotta say. Like I said, I normally don't remember my dreams. Sometimes I do, but not always. So it's like, I hope that cat's not, one of those cats not pregnant, because I still gotta wait to get them fixed. And I still gotta get the mama cat fixed too. I got them their shots, but I had to wait a little bit before I can get the mama cat fixed and figure out, see if I can still try and find a home for the kittens, because I can't keep them all. The only one I'm keeping is the white one and the mama cat. So my other cat, Toby, has been running wild throughout the house, and every single time he hears my cats in the room jumping and playing around, he's going over there trying to play with them. He's like hitting their tails underneath the door when they get up close to the door. It's really cute. At least he's coming around now wanting to play with them instead of hissing at them, because initially he did nothing but would hiss at the door every single time he would hear the cats, or if I would go in the room to pet the cats and feed them, he would go through and he would hiss when I would walk out, because like he could smell the cats on me. And now he just wants to play with them, and so I'm thinking of letting a couple of them out, see how Toby does with him. But Toby's a big cat. He's a stray too, who just showed up on my porch one day, and I said I had to have him. So I even felt like then that was the universe answering me, because I remember, like, I don't know, it's probably, I would say less than a month before Toby showed up on my front door. I was saying to my husband that I wanted a cat. I wanted a cat. I would love to have a dog, but I wanted a cat at first. And he's like, well, you know, if you want a cat, we'll have to wait till we get the house. Fine. And so I swear it was like less than a month later. One night I was out there at my old house, sitting on my front porch watching the deer roaming through my yard, and here I hear this cat meowing like 20 feet away from me. And I called out to him, and at first he wouldn't walk up to me, but then I walked up towards him and he came right to me, and I started petting him, and he wouldn't leave then. So I said, okay, I guess that's my cat. My husband's like, you know, you could have chosen your own cat instead of just, you know, taking whatever cat walks up to. It's like, well, cat chose me, so I chose it. So that's how I got Toby. Hi, Ryan. You leaving already, baby? Just saying hi and bye? Well, you have a good night too, baby. Oh, thank you, Ray. Appreciate you. So have y'all had any weird dreams lately? I know the only other weird dreams I've had is out-of-body experiences, where it's like you think you're leaving your body, but you're not really. You are and you aren't. So I've been doing some more astral traveling lately. I did have an out-of-body experience the other night. And this time I got a little brave. I actually remember I floated out of my body, and I was standing at the foot of my bed, and I just kind of looked around my room, and then I walked out into the living room, and then I walked through my back door, which I don't even remember if I opened that door, but somehow I managed to walk outside in the backyard, and I was just poking around and walked out into the woods where there's some trees right behind my house, and walked across the street, and then I woke up after that. So I don't know what else I did, but I did have that experience the other night too. So haven't any of y'all had any out-of-body experiences lately, or any at all? I'm just curious. Yes, no, maybe. Or any dreams. No, nothing. What are y'all afraid to tell me? No weird dreams, huh? Y'all are awfully quiet tonight. Mouthful, hands busy. Well, what are you eating, Eternal Light? Hi, Cornelius. How you doing, baby? You must have cooked dinner. What'd you make? Majestic, are you here, sweetheart? Jalapeno mozzarella smokies on pretzel buns. What the heck is jalapeno mozzarella smokies? I don't even know what a pretzel bun is either. It sounds good. I just don't know what that is. What is that? Some of that game meat you cooked up and put some jalapeno and mozzarella cheese in it? Sausage. Oh, I was gonna grab Wolfie for you, Majestic. Because I meant to grab him the last time, and I didn't, so I was gonna go get him. So if you were here, I was gonna grab him. The bun's like a soft pretzel. It sounds good. You want to see my white cat? He's gotten big. Alright, let me get Wolfie. Majestic, I'm about to wait till another night because Toby scared him. He ran right underneath the bed and I can't get him out now. I had him and then, of course, because the door was cracked open, Toby walked in and saw them and started hissing. So he jumped out of my arms and ran underneath the bed. so I can't get him now. And he scratched me up real good too. Alrighty. Oh, Eternal Light made you hungry too? Yeah, well, he has a habit of doing that. He comes in and tells us what he just cooked for dinner. There's been a few times he's made something that sounded good, and it's like, well, where's mine? That cat got me good. Oh, you laughing at me now, Eternal Light? Well, it's true. What'd you do? You made some kind of sausage dish one night, and it sounded good. I was like, well, where's mine? Good. I'm glad I already ate. Otherwise, I'd probably be hungry right now. Just tell everybody about the, No Majestic. Toby went through and scared him. I had him in my arms, and the door was cracked, and Toby came up to the door and hissed at him and the other cats. So he jumped out of my arms and ran underneath the bed. So I can't get him out now. So you gotta blame it on Toby. Because he scratched me real good too. See, I had him. Bad Toby. I may have to try and put him in one of those pet crates just to get him out of there so Toby doesn't scare him. But I have to wait till he calms down. I probably should have put Toby in the garage before I tried going in there, but I thought Toby would have been fine since all the other nights he's over there trying to play with them underneath the door. Until I open that door, then he starts hissing. I should have known. Hi, Dakota. How you doing, honey? It's been a while. How's life treating you, honey? Ouch. He got me on my finger, too. Crazy cat. Just been working. Well, how's work going? Is it keeping you busy? You're still at the store? Oh, jeez. What are you doing, Majestic? Buying out the whole store? Okay, honey. Well, have you had a good year so far, Dakota? Hopefully you had a good holiday. Or holidays, I should say. I'm sorry, honey. I know the feeling. Hey, I already told you what happened with mine. And the bank declined my card because he went through and took money out of the ATM. So I had to cut my grocery bill down because not have enough money to get it all. I'm not trying to jinx you, honey. You had to work, Dakota. Excuse me. Well, I did work I was here New Year's night. New Year's Eve I wasn't because I was sick. But I got back New Year's night. Hi, Judith. Yes, I'm good, sweetheart. How you doing? You're tired, but you're gonna hang out, lurking in the background? Well, thank you, honey. All right, honey. Well, hopefully you have some good stuff in your cart. You've seen me, that's why I mostly just live off of Red Bull and potato chips and beef jerky. You did miss talking to me? Oh, I miss talking to you too, sweetheart. Besides working, what else has been going on? Not much. Hi, O'Medley. How you doing, honey? Nothing exciting at all, Dakota? Well, well, I can relate, Dakota, because I don't have much of nothing going on either. I was gonna go and shoot pool the other night, but knowing I was still sick, I didn't want to go up there just yet, because I think the pool hall would look at me crazy if I went around and, wiped off all their tables. So, knowing those places can be a little nasty. I don't know how well some of these pool halls around here keep their tables clean, but I know one of the old pool halls I played at, I can't say that I ever saw them going around wiping off the tables a whole lot. So I ran a couple errands and then came home and hung out around the house. Did a few things, talked to a few people. I was talking to someone last night and they said they saw the wings on my wall like the wings covered up or something to where like you couldn't see my angel wings as clearly as you can right now, because I was on a video call with them. Pool halls and bowling alleys are nasty. Yeah, you're right, Judith. A lot of them are. At least at the bowling alley, I can see the people that work there going around and like cleaning off um, all the tables, and I see them going around and cleaning off the, not necessarily the ball return, but they'll clean off like the little um, computer area where, you know, you type in your name, you know, to bowl. So at least I see that. And I think a lot of that has to do just because of, you know, the alcohol and food they serve, but not where you live. No. Well, they're supposed to clean up around there. You was thinking of me when you ran in a house fire. What house fire you talking about, baby? Whose house caught on fire? Ouch. But yeah, Judith, I understand there's a lot of them that aren't kept clean. I know the old bowling alley I grew up bowling at when I moved here from California. They ended up shutting that place down, and I think part of it had to do with the it not being kept clean. That place was old. Hi, Diane. It's good seeing you, honey. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here, even if you pop in and out, honey. So what, your own house caught on fire, Dakota? If it did, I'm sorry, honey. I must have misunderstood at the beginning when you said that you ran into a house fire. Your friend's house? Wow. Well, I hope everyone's okay. How bad was the fire? And what made you think of me with the house fire? I guess that's where I'm confused. What, did the whole house burn down? Ouch. Damn, that cat got me in a few different places. Oh, wow. So the house is a complete loss, Dakota. There's nothing left. Nothing can be saved. That's terrible, if that's the case. The most important thing is everyone's still alive, right? Everyone got out. And that's terrible. I hate to hear that. Ouch. Where was the fires out in California, Eternal Light, do you know? Fires are constant in California, it seems. Yeah, they can be, Bishop. You're right. I know there's people in California now who can't get homeowners insurance, or it's really, really expensive because of all the house fires that's been happening from all the brush fires. Yeah. I even had a couple of friends. They were friends of my parents. Unfortunately, both passed away, but they had an old house. They inherited it from their parents. So the house was a good 150 years old, and it was on a lot of acreage of land. And because of all the brush fires, they weren't able to get homeowners insurance. So I'm gonna have to look at that. Oh wow. Yeah, I see where it's at. No, it's not near my family. Thank God. My family's a little bit further south and inland. That's right there near Malibu. Even in the Hollywood Hills. Wow, that's crazy. No, part of my family is closer to where Santa Monica is. And then if you go inward to like towards Disneyland, which is more inward, they're all in that area. And then I have family up in Sacramento too. So they're saying homeless people are starting them. Yeah, well, I hear the homeless population has gotten really, really bad. Which is crazy because, hey Owen, how you doing, baby? It's crazy because, I don't know, it was probably about 3 years ago. I'll say, yeah, roughly about 3 years ago. I was watching news one day and they were talking about there's a big piece of property in Los Angeles that a family had donated to the local government, and it was, several acres of land, like I think it was in the thousands, and they had donated this land to the government to help all the military servicemen who went to war and came back, to help them, like to rehabilitate them, who are disabled, or, who end up finding themselves homeless. Well, I guess the government, instead of using it for all the veterans, they end up using it and donated part of it, I think, to one of the colleges to use to build like a ball field on. And I think part of it is a parking lot too. So I think like the Veterans Affairs was getting involved trying to get the land back, because naturally the land was supposed to be to help all veterans, and now it's, being used, for profit and not for the right reasons the family had initially donated the land for. And when I heard that story, I was so mad because, in case some of y'all don't know, my father was a veteran, which I didn't know he had served until after he passed away. And the other thing I didn't know is because of me being here in Georgia and he was in California, he ended up becoming homeless right before he died, which I had no idea either because he didn't tell me any of this. And so he was sleeping. He had a job. He worked in real estate. He was a real estate agent. And I guess he was sleeping in his office. So his boss found him one morning when he went into the office, and walked into my dad's office and found him laying on the floor with a sleeping bag. And he had like a bag of food. It looked like it was from a fast food restaurant. And the food was still warm. So they knew that, it wasn't long, but they couldn't get him to wake up. He was unconscious. So they ended up calling, for paramedics, and they took him to the hospital and found out he had a massive stroke. So, and then went into a coma. So, hi, R.I.P. How you doing, baby? You know what, Judith? I agree with you, sweetheart. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say that the homeless population can't be responsible for part of it, but I don't think that's all of it. I think there's other things going on. But yeah, so I found that out. I was upset. I was mad at myself for it. Um, because I could have, helped my dad out, but I didn't know since he didn't tell me what was going on. And I ended up finding out that because my older brother, unfortunately, was getting himself into a lot of trouble with the law, my dad was spending all his money trying to keep him out of prison or paying for his legal fees, which ended up causing my dad to be homeless. So, I'm good. R.I.P. How you doing, baby? Your life is great? Well, I'm happy to hear that. So, I was kind of trying to wait to see what the Veterans Affairs was going to do about all that property out there, which is why I bring it up, because it's like, knowing my dad ended up homeless, it makes me mad that all that land that was donated to the government to help, military servicemen and women was not being used for what it was initially donated for, who could have helped people like my dad. who served. And so that really just irked me when I found out. So I was hoping that they would get the land back so they can help all the veterans out there who are suffering with, whatever it is, whether it's some kind of physical disability or ailment or PTSD or whatever. Hi, Jay. How you doing, baby? I'm just surprised those fires are so close to the ocean. But then California has a lot of foothills, too. Good evening, King Hazy. How you doing, baby? Ooh, Altadena. Altadena is close to my family. Mm. Well, thank you for letting me know, Eternal Light. I'll have to keep an eye on it. I'm good, Tim. How you doing, baby? Hi, Sue. How you doing, beautiful? Sorry, I was looking at the map from all the fires in California. I always forget how big Los Angeles is. Hi, Recca Rex. You got a bad feeling? I told you had a bad feeling about the job I got let go after one shift. Yes, Recca Rex, what happened, sweetheart? Did they not ever pay you? Because I think the last time when you came by and talked to me, you were telling me that they had paid everyone right before Christmas, because I guess the day that Christmas fell on, they had paid people but you had only been there for like a week or a few days or something, and they didn't pay you. Hi, Inferno. How you doing, baby? Hi, the College Football Network. How you doing, sweetheart? Welcome. So what happened, Rex? Did they never pay you, sweetheart? Oh, wow, Rex, that's crazy. Well, the College Football Network, I'm happy to hear you gave your life to God a few days ago. That's a beautiful thing. I'm a child of God myself. Inferno, I'm okay, baby. I'm still fighting a cold, but other than that, I'm okay. Thank you for asking. You just been busy? You been gambling, Inferno? Rex, I'm sorry to hear that. Because I know how much you like the job. At least initially that's what you said. You enjoyed the job. You enjoy the people you work with. But then, now this has happened. I really hate to hear that, honey. You're getting familiar with the mods' names. Yeah, there's several of them. Excuse me. Hi, George Burton. Howdy to you too, baby. From Texas. Well, I'm not from Texas, but I live in Georgia. So if you hear my southern accent, that's why. Rex, I believe you'll have another job here before long, sweetheart. The universe has your back. Oh no, Tim. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sending healing, love, and light to you and your family and y'all's time of grieving. Too broke to gamble. You're going to Jamaica next month. Well, Inferno, where's my plane ticket, baby? I want to go to Jamaica. I haven't had a vacation like since 2014. It's either 2014 or 2015 was the last time I've been anywhere. And that's when I went to Cancun. That'll be a nice vacation though, Inferno. I've never been to Jamaica. I did consider going, but when I looked it up, it was more expensive to go to Jamaica than it was to go to either like Cancun or to go to like I think even like the Dominican Republic. It was more expensive, so I decided nope, I'm not paying that money to go there. Have to wait. Yeah, Rex, I remember you said you really liked it. Well, honey, why don't you start looking and see what else is out there where you can work the night shift, if that's something you really want to do. Because I know there's a lot of people, a lot of companies who will pay more money to people who are willing to work the graveyard shift. Because most people don't want to work it, so. Beverly Murphy, yes, people do really see spirits. Some of us have that gift, as I have it, and I have seen ghosts. Oh no, Judith. I hate to hear that, honey. Oh, oh, Inferno, if I had the money, baby, I would go with you. Understand me. But I can't. I don't have the money. The bank declined my card today because he took money out of the bank. And so my groceries, I didn't get my groceries because of it. Otherwise, I would. You're gonna be on a payment plan. Oh, Inferno. George, I hope so, honey. I need a vacation badly. No, thank you, Sue. That's so sweet. It's sweet just the thought that y'all think of me that way. Oh, Ricka Rex, that's right, sweetheart. I forgot you're in England. So it doesn't matter whether you work the graveyard shift or not. Okay, Eternal Light. You let me know, baby, when you got it planned and you got the money. As long as I got enough for the witch's brew, I'd be good. Yes. Beverly Murphy. Well, first, allow me to say I'm sorry for your loss of your son. I know that can't be easy to lose a child. And, sweetheart, I'm not going to pretend like I know what that feels like to lose a child because I haven't lost a child. Um, the closest thing I have to losing someone that close is my parents, and especially my mama. That was very devastating to me because I was so young when I lost her. I was only 19. Um, what I have to say to you, um, I've recorded videos on my channel about it, but this is the advice I give to everyone. First, what you got to understand, I don't know how long it's been that your son's been gone, but you have to give him time to adjust to his life in the spirit world, because he's still now trying to adjust to his spirit body. So you got to understand things don't work the same way in the spirit world as it does in the physical. And what I will also say is whenever we lose someone, we go through that grieving process. And because we're, in a lot of pain and agony from missing that person, that in itself can put up a wall, a barrier to keep our passed over loved ones from coming through and being able to communicate with us. It's not that they're not trying, it's the fact that we're just not able to see it or feel it or know that they're there because we're, in the middle of our grief, which, don't, beat yourself up over, that's the natural process. We're all supposed to grieve. So, what I would say to you right now is give yourself that time and that space to allow yourself to grieve. You feel whatever hurt you feel, whatever anger, whatever those emotions are, allow yourself to feel it. Because the quicker you allow yourself to feel it, the quicker you can find healing. And in that process, after you've, healed so far, you'll begin to notice there'll be certain things that'll happen around you that you can't explain. That will give you like the first inkling, like maybe it could be like your son, but then you have your doubts. And that's when I want you to trust that that is from your son. Um, I can tell you that because of my mama's death was so hard for me, even for someone like me who's, gifted, um, who can see spirits, and every now and then they'll come and talk to me too. Even for someone like me who's aware of my ability, I didn't get to see my mama and I didn't get to hear her voice. Okay. And just like you, I begged God to let me see her again, to let me talk to her because I didn't get to say goodbye. I wasn't there when she died. So that was even worse on me. Plus, it didn't help the fact that the last time I saw her, we had a big, huge fight. And I said a lot of things to her that I didn't mean to say, but I said it in anger. And I wish I could take them back, but I can't. So that just, added to my grief. Um, so it was the first sign I had of my mother, clear sign, was 12 years later after she had been gone. But that's how long it took me to really get past a certain point of being able to forgive myself for what happened, for the last conversation I had, forgive myself for not being there when she died, and just the pain of, being left behind, feeling like, God robbed me of her. And so, um, one night I was in bed and I was asleep, and I've been married about 10 years. And the backstory to that is my husband has a abdominal aortic aneurysm, and the aneurysm kept growing, and but the doctors wouldn't operate on him until it reached a certain size because the risk of going in and repairing it is just as dangerous as it would be if the aneurysm was to rupture and kill him instantly. So the doctor was waiting until it reached a certain size. Well, it finally did reach that size where the doctor said it was time to operate, to put in a stent. So the aneurysm didn't rupture, and if it did, at least he wouldn't bleed out internally and kill him. So, um, once we got the news, when my husband said that he wasn't going to have the surgery, he was scared. Naturally, he was scared that he would be cut open and he would die on the table. So, I argued with him for about 2.5, 3 weeks straight, back and forth, about him having that surgery and telling him he needed to have the surgery because he was pretty much a dead man walking, because that aneurysm could rupture at any second and then he would be gone. So it was no different than him taking a risk being operated on in the hopes that everything would go well and he would still be here. Um, so this went on for a few weeks. Well, the one night I fell asleep. Um, in the middle of the night, I'm woken up and I sit right straight up in bed, and I had actually jerked my head because I felt someone whisper in my left ear, and it tickled. And um, when I sat up after I felt the tickle, I heard the voice, and the voice was my mama. And she came to tell me that everything was going to be okay, to not worry. And I knew exactly what she was talking about. She was talking about my husband, that he was going to make it through the surgery. And also, there were things that were breaking down in our house, and my car had just broken down. It needed a major repair. So the stress of trying to figure out how I was going to pay for everything, too. So it was a combination of both. But either way, my mom's message was clear to let me know not to worry. It was going to all be okay and it was going to work out. So, because I woke up and I jerked, and at the time we still had a water bed that we were sleeping in. So, any subtle movement he was going to feel me. And so he sat up and asked if I was okay, if everything was okay. And I said, yeah, I just told him, I said, you're not going to believe what happened, and he asked what, and I told him, about my mama's voice coming in, you know, and it wasn't like it was just a dream. Like I said, I could literally feel her breath whispering in my ear as she spoke to me. And I told him what she said. And he finally said, okay, that he would go ahead and have the surgery because obviously it was my mama coming through and saying he was going to be okay, to not be worried, to not be scared. And so he did. He finally went in and, was operated on, and he came through and he recovered, and he's still here today. And I know if he didn't have that surgery, he wouldn't be here right now because that was 13 years ago. So understand me when I say this. It took my mama 12 years to come through to me. But the time she came through to me was when I needed her the most. I mean, I needed her. And she knew how desperately I needed her. And it's not to say that any other day I don't need her just as badly, because I'm always going to need her. But I was really struggling. I was scared. I really thought I was going to be a widow at 30 years old, you know. And by that point, I already buried my parents. I buried my mama, my real father, and my stepdad, who was my second dad to me. I buried all three of them. So the idea of now being a widow so young, it was a lot for me to take on and think about, and just the agony and the pain of it all. That was my mama's way of coming through and letting me know that it wasn't going to turn out that way. And to also let me know she was still with me. Even if I didn't feel like I could always see her, feel her, hear her voice, or anything along those lines, that was her way of letting me know that she was still here and she was watching. She knows everything that's going on in my life, which is true, and I knew that at that point. So give yourself that time, and give your son some time. Um, you know, I try and tell people to wait at least a year from the point your loved one passes away, because by then that should be more than enough time for them to adjust to the spirit world. But understand me, Beverly, when I also say this. Um, Again, even for someone like me who has that ability, I don't always get to hear from my parents even now. Okay. I don't, yeah, I can speak to them loudly like I'm talking to you right now. Okay. But it doesn't mean they're going to come back right away and talk to me. So sometimes they won't even come through unless they really, really feel like it's desperately needed. Um, but there will be other signs I get from them every now and then. Um, they say, and it depends on your beliefs, depends on who you ask. Um, and for me, it's a 50-50 split. When I was younger, um, because I became aware of my gifts when I was 6, 7 years old, I wouldn't talk to anyone about my gifts. I kept it to myself. I didn't even tell my parents. And it wasn't until I was like 14 years old when I spoke to my grandma, and I wasn't planning on talking to her. It just happened like one day in the living room. I see a spirit orb go flying across the wall. And it shot across the wall like you think of like a shooting star in the sky. And because I saw it, it kind of caught me off guard, and I said something out loud to her. My grandmother heard me, and, she asked me what was wrong, and I told her, you know. And so that's when she had the conversation with me about psychics runs in our family. And I got my psychic ability from her. And she told me to not ignore it, to pay attention to it, to listen to it. And I thought at the time my grandma was crazy. Despite my experiences prior, from the time I was a young girl, I still thought she was crazy. And it took me a year after that conversation before I truly came around to accepting it. And that was only because I got a warning about my mama. that she was going to be rushed to the hospital hours before it happened. And sure enough, it happened. So that really woke me up and made me have to really look at, this head on and say, okay, my grandma's not crazy. I understand. I have this ability, and yeah, apparently I got it from her, and so on. Um, so knowing all of that, what I will say to you is I don't just get to see, like, I haven't even seen my parents' ghost except for once. I saw my mama once, and I saw my father, but when I saw my father, I didn't see his ghost. What I saw was a bunch of spirit orbs, and I knew it was him because it was at the hospital after he had already just had a massive stroke and he was in a coma. So, and he was bouncing in and out of his body. So, um, and I haven't heard my father's voice, but there's other things that he's done to let me know he's around. Like I'll get a scent, and it tends to happen around the anniversary of the date of when he passed. Um, and what's crazy is just in the past week, I did get a visit from my stepfather. I was in my living room, and it was late in the evening, and I was getting ready to walk outside to my backyard on my patio. And I remember I picked up the key off the fireplace mantle, and I was sticking the key in the doorknob because I got one of those deadbolts that requires a key both outside and on the inside in order to unlock the door. And I turned the key, and before I could turn the doorknob to open the door, I get this big strong scent of cologne. And I'm home by myself, and I could smell this cologne, and I recognized it, but it's like, okay, that's not my husband, I know that, but I knew whose cologne it was, and I haven't smelled it since he's been gone. So I took another deep breath in, and I got another faint scent of it, so I knew it was him, and that was him just letting me know he was there. So understand me when I say that the messages aren't going to be clear, like them speaking to you, because it depends on who you ask, and it depends on your beliefs. Some people will tell you that you have to be born with a gift. It comes from your genetics. Others will tell you we all have that ability. It's just that some of us are more tapped in and tuned into it than others. And if we really wanted to, if we aren't, like enlightened, as some people would say, like how I was from a young child, that there's things you can do to get those gifts to open up to where you would be able to tap into it. But also understand me in this regard that just because you might be able to open that door up to any possibility of any psychic abilities you have, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be like a clairvoyant or a clairaudient, which is the gifts you need to be able to be what they call a medium, to be able to see and hear spirit when, passed over loved ones come and so forth. So you can, tap into your psychic abilities and find out like you're an empath, for an example. You may not be clairvoyant, but you might be an empath. And an empath is someone who can feel emotions from others like it's their own. Um, like an example that would be you could walk into a room and into a crowded room and not speak a word to anyone there, but you suddenly get overwhelmed with all these different emotions, but they're not yours. It's like like say if someone just got their heart broken recently, you would pick up on their emotional pain that way. And then you're over there thinking you're going crazy, like, why am I feeling this way? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm sad in the dumps and depressed? It's not you, it's you picking up someone else. And that's just an example, Beverly. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen to you. I just want you to understand how it works, okay? Um, what I would recommend you do, and I need you to understand this, and for anyone else watching this, listen to me. You can talk to your loved ones on the other side anytime you want. You can do it right now, okay? You can talk to them like I'm speaking right now out loud, or you can talk to them just in your mind, like using your thoughts. They will hear you, okay? The trick of it is that you may not hear them, and that's the difference. So, um, like me, because I'm clairaudient, I might, hear their voice. I may not. I don't always get to hear. Sometimes they only communicate with me using thoughts. So I'll understand when a thought comes through, or they'll put a vision in my head of something. That's one of the ways they'll communicate. But it doesn't have to be anything having to do with psychic abilities in order for them to communicate with you either, and for you to recognize that. Because they will also go through, like I said, I smelled my daddy's cologne last week. Okay. That is a psychic ability too. But, you know, some of y'all might already know, you might have experienced this, where you've gotten a sense of a loss of a passed over loved one that had no source. Like, think of like your grandma's, apple pie, just as an example. Maybe you smelled that, but she's been gone and there's nobody in your house making an apple pie, but you smell apple pie. That would be a sign. That's a message from her, as an example. Um, Another example of this would be um, about a year ago. This has been, well, it's less than a year. No, it's been a year. This month it's been a year. Um, I had sold my house about 2 years ago, my old house. And I had moved into my in-laws' house on their property for about a year until I can get, resituated again. And I was looking for a new home. And I found a website on the internet, on one of the real estate websites, and it was a new development of a new neighborhood going up. And I think it only had like one or two houses that had just been built. So it was still like brand new. It was in the beginning stages of development. And it was within the price range I was looking at. Well, at first I wasn't sure if I wanted to buy this house or not, or even live there in that area, because it wasn't an area I ever lived in before. And it was a little over an hour away from my baby brother. I didn't know if I wanted to live that far away from him. An hour may not seem like much, but for me, who was used to being about 30-40 minute drive of him, that still was, longer, especially, when you take in traffic, it can be longer than that. So I wasn't sure. So the night before, I was supposed to go meet with my real estate agent to look at this property. I had said to my parents out loud, I said, if this is where I'm supposed to live, if this is where I'm supposed to be, I said, please bring forward a sign that tells me clearly this is where I'm meant to be. So, and then I went to sleep. Well, the next morning I wake up, and immediately, as soon as I open my eyes, I have a song playing in my head, and I recognize song. It's one of the songs I used to listen to in the car with my mama all the time. And music was one of her ways that, she would like express her love to us kids. And so I knew that was my mama coming through and telling me, yes, that this is where I'm supposed to be. So, I just, said, okay, well, I got up, got dressed. As I'm driving to the county where the property's located, as soon as I enter the county line, I see a sign up. It was like a campaign sign, and it was a name that is my stepfather's name, his surname. And it's not a common name. It's not a name that I can say I've ever heard up until this point when I moved here to Georgia, and now, being in this area. Um, so that was another sign from my parents saying, yes, I'm supposed to be here. So I pull up into the neighborhood where the construction was starting, and there's a political sign, that same sign, in front of this neighborhood. So, I made note of that, and I pull up, and look around at all the properties, and I couldn't see myself living in this, neighborhood yet, because even the couple of houses that were up, they weren't complete. Like, they had the outside structure of the house up, but there was still like, they didn't have like all the walls all the sheetrock wasn't up yet. So I couldn't see myself in this house yet. So my real estate agent said that he was told that this same builder built a neighborhood not far from where this neighborhood was going up. And the floor plans were pretty much the same. And they had one house that had not been sold yet. It was under contract, but it had not been closed on yet. And we would be able to go over there and look at the house, you know, to try and get an idea of what this house will look like on the inside. So we said, okay, drive over there, and we go into this house. And most of the house was finished, but there were still a couple of things that weren't complete in it yet. And so I still told my real estate agent, it's like, I still can't see it. I can't see it. I don't know what it is, but I can't see this house, you know. So we were standing outside in front of this house, and he was looking around with his wife. Him and his wife, you know, work as a team. And they saw the house next to it. And they looked at me and they're like, Amanda, that's the house. That's the house you're wanting to look at. And he's like, why don't you go knock on the door and ask him if you can, you know, take a look inside. And I looked at him crazy. I'm like, oh, really? You really think these people are going to let me in their house? I'm a complete stranger on the street. They don't know me for nothing, you know. And I just said, whatever, you know, I'm not shy. You know, well, what are they going to do? All they can do is tell me no, right? So I go and knock on the door. An older woman comes to the door, and I tell her, you know, I was next door looking at the house that was under contract, and told her about the other neighborhood that was going up that was being built by the same builder that built her house. And, you know, explained her the situation and asked if I could take a look inside her home just to get an idea of the layout and everything. And surprisingly, she invited me in. So me, my husband, and my real estate agents come in, and we're looking around. As soon as I walked into the living room, I see this angel figurine that I have. It's the same exact figurine. In fact, I could show y'all this because it's right here. This hangs over my door. It hangs over the door frame. And when I walked into the living room, this was hanging over the door frame of the master bedroom. Well, at my old house, that's exactly where I had this at, hanging at. And it's like, this is crazy. She has the same exact angel figurine I have, and she's hanging it over the same place I had mine at. So it's like, okay, well, that's another sign from my parents. And she's going through and showing me the house, you know, going through each room. And after I was done looking at the house, you know, we're saying our goodbyes. And she gave me a big hug, very sweet woman. And I just said to her, I said, yeah, I said, you know that campaign sign that's out there in the front of the neighborhood? She said, yeah. I said, that's my family's name. And she's like, really? I said, yeah. She was like, well, it's a small world because that's my maiden name. What? Repeat that by me again. She's like, that's my maiden name. I was born with that name. It's like, wow. I couldn't believe it. You know, just, you know, everything seemed like a coincidence, but I knew it wasn't a coincidence. That was my parents making their message loud and clear, telling me that, yes, I was supposed to be in that neighborhood. I was supposed to buy a house there. And like I said, you know, it's not like my daddy's name is like a Smith or a Johnson or anything like that. It's not a common name like that. So the fact that she had the same name as my daddy, and then the political signs, everything just lined up. It was all the synchronicities, and everything is meant to look like a coincidence, but it's not a coincidence. And I'm not one who believes in coincidence. That was the message from my parents answering me. And that's the other thing I want y'all to understand is your loved ones on the other side, you know, like those messages I got that day, all those signs, that's like their way of sending like a postcard from heaven to say hello. Yes, we're here. We love you. we're watching over you, and so on and so on. So it's going to be something like that out in public, out in clear view, that you wouldn't think would be from them, but it's actually from them. Like if you think of something your loved one loved, like my mama loved butterflies and ladybugs. So, and blue jays. So I know if I ever see any of those and they just come in close to me, or they're flying like up close to me, or they're just hanging around, I know that's a sign from my mama. Just let me know she's around. She doesn't have to show herself to me or speak to me directly to let me know that she's around. And every now and then I'll feel her energy too from her spirit. So, um, pay attention is all I can tell you. Pay attention to your surroundings, to your environment, because they will give you those signs. Things you wouldn't typically think of or tie to them, it's them. And if you ever see anything that makes you automatically think it's them, trust that. You need to trust your intuition. Don't ignore it. Those are clear messages from them. You know, um, if you go through and you talk to your loved ones and just tell them, listen, I need a sign. I need a clear sign from you to let me know that you're still here, that you see what's going on in my life. They will. But what you got to remember is you have to be patient. It's not going to happen right away. It may not even happen overnight. Give it some time though, and just keep talking to them and tell them that you need a sign. Okay? And I'm not going to sit here and tell you to not be specific, but another thing I had to learn is when your loved ones cross over, they'll pick a sign or a symbol that would make you think of them. So, as I said, like think of like my mama, it's music. Okay, so there's certain times that I'll wake up and automatically I have a song in my head, and it's a song she used to sing to me in the car. I know that's her. That's her letting me know she's there. Um, I might be in my car just driving down the road. Like I'll tell you another story. Couple years ago, it was in July. My nephew's birthday, and I was in the mountains where I was living at my in-laws' house at the time. I went through and I had gone, I was driving in the car, in my mama's favorite car, in fact. She loved Camaros. That was her car. And I so happened to have two Camaros. And um, growing up, we would go to North Carolina to visit family who lived there. And we would end up having to drive through the mountains to get there, and it would be in my mama's Camaro. And so on the way to my brother's to go to my nephew's birthday party, I'm in my mama's favorite car, and I'm driving through the mountains, and I'm just thinking of my mama. I'm just I start getting mad, and upset, and I'm yelling at God. I'm mad at God, telling him, I can't believe you took my mother from me. You robbed me and my siblings of our mother. We were too young to lose her, and now my nieces and nephews will never know their grandmother. And so I was just letting God know how I felt. And I cried. I had a few tears drop from my eyes, and the radio was playing. Well, a song had just ended, after I'd said what I needed to say, and I shed those few tears. The next song that came on is a song that came out after my mama died. Years later, it came out a couple years ago. It's by Justin Bieber. It's called Ghost. And anytime I hear that song, I automatically think of my loved ones, but more specifically, I think of my mother. And with that song playing, that was my mama coming through to let me know she was there, that she would be at that party. Even though we couldn't physically see her, she would be there in spirit. And that's what she wanted me to know, or wanted to remind me that she was in that car with me, because I remember even yelling at God, like, my mother should be in this damn car with me. She should be going to this party with me. I'm not supposed to be going to this party alone. She should be here with me right now. So that was her way of saying she was. So again, pay attention to the signs. You know, it may sound silly, and you might even question yourself. You may even doubt the signs, the messages, the symbols your loved ones send you, but don't doubt them. They want you to not doubt them and to know and believe they're always with you. And so, what I would also tell you is anytime you think you're getting a sign from them, acknowledge it. You know, you don't have to say it out loud, but at least acknowledge it in your mind and tell them thank you. Because the other thing that helps, it helps them to know that they are getting through to you, that you are seeing the signs that they're sending. Because otherwise, they'll try and find a different sign that they think will get your attention. So, but what I want you to know too is they never give up trying to send you signs and messages to let you know they're there. So, um, I can tell you that I also see spirit orbs, and um, in case you don't know, spirit orbs is just the energy of a human spirit. It could even be an angel, it could be a spirit guide. And, you know, I remember many years ago, I used to not believe in the spirit orbs. You know, I used to just think, you know, like what my grandma told me was crazy. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. How did my loved ones go from being, you know, a full body human being to a ball of energy? You know, it sounds silly to me. I couldn't make sense of it. But then, you know, God would go through and make it clear to me again that yes, it is them. Um, I've had spirit orbs appear to me, and I've heard both my parents and my grandmother's voice coming from a spirit orb. Um, and I've even seen inside a spirit orb, and I did get to see a figure inside that spirit orb. So understand me when I say, you know, people will say, well, you know, like people talk about like all the orbs you see like on your video cameras, or if you were to take a picture, you'll see a orb in your pictures. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that every single orb you see is a spirit. However, what I will tell you is there's many times it more than likely is than it is not. Okay. So anytime when people say, you know, like people who are in like forensics, you know, photography, that kind of thing, and they'll tell you, oh, that's just a dust orb. That's not always true. Okay. Um, I do have a picture from when I got married. Um, and you can see a spirit orb about this big, and it's right next to me, between me and my husband, and I know that was my mama, you know. And again, like I said, um people can say those spirit orbs you see on film is just dust. No, you know, I can tell you from my own personal experience, no, because again, I see spirit orbs. I see them every day, multiple times a day. I see them in different colors. I see them in different sizes. I've even seen them in different shapes. And then I've even seen clusters of them to where I've seen so many, I couldn't tell you how many I saw at one time that appeared to be. So anytime someone tells you that, don't listen to them. Okay, just trust in what you believe and trust in what you feel. So if you were to ever see a orb in a picture, you know, maybe you can't see them like I can with my naked eyes, but if you were to find any in your pictures or any video, trust that. Trust what you're seeing as a loved one of yours. Whatever comes to your mind first, that's who it is, and just acknowledge it. And the more you acknowledge that you see the symbols, the messages, the signs they send you, the more you'll see more of them come forward. And they'll try and do it as often as they can. But again, it just takes some time because when we transition over, like I said, we have to adjust to our spirit body because things don't work the same. Um, like I was telling someone this just this past week, you know, when it comes to like spirit orbs, you have to understand that spirits need energy in order to manifest. So whether it's to show themselves to you in the form of a spirit orb, or to even talk to you, to hear like their actual voice speaking, or to even see them manifest in a full body apparition, which a full body apparition is rare. So I'm not going to tell you, that you won't see it. I'm just going to tell you it's rare. So don't beat yourself up if you never see one, because it is that rare. To where I can tell you, I've only seen maybe a dozen spirits in my life in a full body apparition. Um, but given, I'm 43, I'll be 44 in a couple months, and I've been aware of my gifts since I was 6, 7 years old. And if I've only seen a dozen ghosts in my life, that's not a lot. So that just tells you how often it happens. I see spirit orbs more than anything. So, but what I want to say is they need energy. So, like, if you ever hear about people talk about like their devices, the battery just drains automatically, like out of their phone, their computer, their iPad, things like that. Um, and they just notice, like, it was fully charged 1 minute, but then maybe 20 minutes later, the battery's pretty much almost drained. That's a spirit doing that, because the spirit's trying to get that energy so they can manifest, or so they can talk, so they can show themselves to you, or send you whatever signs they're trying to send to you to get your attention, to let you know they're there. So, and sometimes they can't get enough energy to manifest, whether it's in an orb or be able to speak to you. So that's another thing you got to keep in mind. And other times they just don't want to manifest themselves. And it's not because they don't love you, it's that they don't want to scare you. And, people think automatically that, oh, well, if my loved one shows themselves to me, it's not going to scare me. Okay, I can tell you, even when I've seen one of my loved ones, it scared the living daylights out of me at first. And I know anyone else who has seen them, it's done the same thing to them. It's just automatic until you get adjusted to seeing them and get more, accepting of your gifts and more comfortable with them. It's just automatic. It's gonna scare you. So the spirit world knows that. So they more than likely won't manifest, in a physical form in that way. But it doesn't mean that they still won't try and communicate with you. Because one of the other best ways that our loved ones can come through and connect to us is in our sleep, in our dreams. That's when we are most relaxed, um, and we're asleep, to where, if you were to stop and think, you have a dream of, one of your passed over loved ones, you're just going to think it's a dream. You're not going to think that's a possible visit from them, but it is. So, and you got to trust that, but the other thing I will also say is, if you have dreams, um, or you think you're getting a sign from a loved one that's, they're like angry at you, or they're showing their anger, that's not them. Okay, that's something else. People talk about familiar spirits. Um, I guess that would probably be the closest thing to a familiar spirit, I would say. You would experience. They're gonna act like, your loved ones are angry at you, but they're not. Understand me. On the other side, they don't have any anger. Do they have regrets? Yes. But are they going to be angry at you? No, because they're in a place of love and paradise, you know. And the one thing they don't want us worrying about them. They don't want us constantly sad, grieving them. They want us to live our life to the fullest, to be happy, because they're not here to live physically anymore. And any living they do, it's through our eyes. So just remember that too. Oh, Sue, that's sweet of you, honey. Hold on, let me read the chat, y'all. Because I know y'all been typing. I just wanted to get those few stories out real quick. Yeah, I gotta get my passport renewed, I know. Oh, thank you, George. You're welcome, Beverly. I hope all that helped, honey. Oh, Rex, I would love that. If I ever go to Jamaica, I will. You're so welcome, Beverly. Anytime, honey. And Beverly, I have a mediumship deck. It's a custom deck that has messages, different messages that I can pull from. If you ever wanted a reading, I can pull messages from your son for you. Welcome back, Master Crayons. Hi, Dragon. How you doing, baby? You want to hear from your mom, Master Crayons? Okay, baby, well, let me know. That's just a stuffed animal being. Yeah, I did get a picture of the Camaro. Master Crayons sent me a picture of my car he's gifted me. Being, I don't know what you mean, honey. Yes, I love the car, Master Crayons. Beverly, what do you mean about by reading people well, sweetheart? Hi, Diana. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Stephen on the water. It has been a while, baby. Where you been at? No, thank you, Stephen. You're so sweet to me, baby. I appreciate you. Hi, Hood. How you doing, baby? It's good seeing you. Oh, Beverly, just give it time, sweetheart. And Sue, that is so sweet of you, honey. I appreciate that. I didn't know you were in Alabama. Wow, Alma. I'm sure it scared you, honey. Hi, Derry Gilmore. I'm Gravy, baby. How you doing, honey? A day ahead. I don't know what you mean by that, Desiree. Gemini, I'm Gravy, baby. How you doing, honey? You're having your surgery tomorrow? Well, I'm sending you healing love and light, honey. I hope your surgery goes well. Hi, Mark David. How you doing? The word for today, synchronicity. Yep, that's the word, baby. Oh, Lord. What is it with the perverts? Stephen on the water? Yeah, that's a message from your grandfather. He's letting you know he's around you, honey. Don't ignore it. Hi, Jason Hayes. How you doing, baby? Oh, is the Camaro a bit more than I expected? No, baby. I love it. I can't wait till I can get inside her and drive her. I love the car, Master Crayons. I really do. All your cars are beautiful. Sue, what part of Alabama are you at, honey? Oh, well, thank you, Aiden. Well, sweet dreams to you, honey. See you next time. Maybe Inferno. He did send me the pictures of the cars today, though. So I did get to see the Camaro. And it is a beauty, I will say. And she's a beast. She has some power in her. Oh, I can handle her, Liam. That I assure you. I know. I saw the big block in her. She is a beauty. She's what I thought she would look like. And better. In many ways. I can hear my uncle right now saying, "There you go, baby." I know he would love for me to have that car. Yeah, but she still has a lot of power. So, Inferno, when are you going to Jamaica, baby? And Master Crayons, baby, you want a message from your mama? I can do that for you, baby. Judith, what do you mean, when is the reveal? Inferno, who you going with? Oh, well, you're going with your parents? Well, hopefully you won't have to hang around them the whole time. You'll be able to get away and, you know, get into some shenanigans. It's for your mom's birthday? Okay. When's your mom's birthday? Greenville, Alabama? No, Sue, I don't know where Greenville is. Where is that in the vicinity of Birmingham? Because the only place I've been to in Alabama is Birmingham. And I've only been there once. Well, I take that back, twice. To the airport, because I flew out of Birmingham one time, and then another time I went with my mama to pick up my grandma from the airport, because it was cheaper for her to fly into Birmingham than it was for her to fly into Atlanta. February 2nd. Wow. That will be exciting, Inferno. I know you'll have fun, baby. How long you gonna be there for? I had the opportunity to go to Jamaica, but I would not have been in the tourist area. I would have been like out in the where, you know, the regular, you know, city living is, out in the countryside even. And it was cool, some of the pictures I saw, because it showed some of the mountains, and it showed like the road, like you barely had enough room for 2 cars side by side. It looked a little dangerous and scary, and it's like, oof, I don't know about that. Okay, 45 minutes away from Montgomery. Okay. I'll have to look that up, because I'm not sure. Let's see. Well, let me just see Greenville. Okay. It's a straight shot down 85. I would actually be going through Atlanta to get to you. Okay. So you're south of Birmingham. Oh, Judith, I can imagine. You know how people can't drive. So it's about it's a little over 4 hours away from me, is what it looks like. Sue, you're about 4.5 hours. It's almost, let's see. No, that's not right either. Actually, correction, I think it's a little over 5 hours. Yeah, it's a little over 5 hours drive. Is what it's showing me from my house, roughly. Good evening, Ashley. How you doing, honey? Hello, Jay. My name's Amanda. People call me Empress or Queen. Hi, Pastor. God bless you too, baby. How you doing, honey? Happy New Year to you too, Ashley. Being in love is a very good thing. It's just me and the young man. Gotta compromise. Feeling a dream. Oh, sweet Ashley. I'm happy for you, honey. I'll have to look that up. So did y'all miss me the couple days I was gone? Because I did miss y'all. It was tempting to come on last night, but I just decided I needed to do a couple of things and catch up with a couple of people I needed to talk to, so. You didn't miss me, Master Crayons? Well, fine then, baby. I didn't miss you either. You missed me a lot, Pastor. Oh. I always miss y'all when I'm not here. I told y'all this is my happy place. Absolutely, Ashley. I agree, honey. I'm happy you got a new man in your life, honey. Love has found you. And you're right. As long as he treats you good and makes you happy, that's all that matters. Nobody else needs to know. Understand me, sweetheart. When I had a man in my life, my entire family didn't know. My friends didn't know. And I kept a lot of things private. So, and if you want to hear something even more crazy, my family didn't meet my husband until years after we had been married. So, the only two people who met him before I got married was my baby brother and my stepdad. And that's only because they were here in Georgia. But everybody else, they didn't meet them till years later when I went home and took them with me to visit. So, okay, Sue. I got you, honey. Oh, Ashley, he even cooks for you, sweetheart. I love it. And he's spending quality time with you. Hi, Jules. How you doing, beautiful? Yes, I'm happy I made it too, Jules. I've been trying to make it. I was gonna come last month, but I think I slept in late, so I didn't get to come like I had initially planned. So I'm glad I made it today. So I'll try and be there at the end of the month too, because I need to find out about my parents. Yes, Pastor, everyone deserves to be happy. Oh, you're welcome, Sue, and thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for being a great supporter of my channel, and thank you for your love and all your beautiful words. It means the world to me, honey. Everyone who supports me and my channel, it means the world to me. Y'all have no idea how much it means to me. Which, again, in case y'all don't know, I posted a question yesterday. It was just like a post to my channel. So if you haven't seen it yet, you would have to click on the community tab and it'll show it. And it was just to ask about the memberships. So I know some of y'all have asked if I would ever offer a membership for the channel. And if y'all are interested in paying for a channel membership to where y'all would get perks for the membership, if y'all could kindly leave me a comment on it and let me know yes or no if you're interested, and anything else you want to share with me. I would appreciate it. Who ain't seen nothing yet, Bishop? Yes, Jules, it has been crazy times. You came when you should have went. What are you talking about, Master Crayons? Oh, that's beautiful, Inferno. Oh, I love to see you too, Jules. Well, you get some sleep, sweetheart. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi to me, honey. It was good seeing you today. And the messages were beautiful, I agree. And yes, please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet. It would mean the world to me. Hello, Alexander Bryant. How you doing, baby? Welcome. Master Crayons. Oh, I think she only has 250. I think. But I would have to look it up, baby, to be honest with you. So don't hold me to it. I want to say 250, but I could be wrong. She might have more. I know she has a lot of power considering, but because I know 250 doesn't sound like a lot, but I think she has more than that. On the one car that was what's the word that I changed, that there's another word for it. I added a Borla exhaust system and a cold air induction system in it. So I know that added more ponies to it. How much exactly, I don't know. I want to say it added maybe 30 or 40 additional ponies to it. Something like that. 270. Okay. So I was close. So yes, I think one of them's pushing over 300 ponies. The other one's still all manufactured. I didn't do anything to change her. I thought about it, but I just didn't want to. I wouldn't have mind getting like the extra ground effects on her, like what's on the other one, and adding like the racing stripes to her, plus the whole four exhaust system. But I hadn't gone around to it. You know, I didn't want to spend the money. You know, that would be something that I would do if I just had money sitting around, which I don't. So, um, that's why I haven't done it. Judith, you're so funny. Yeah, one of my cars roars. The other one, she's quiet, but that's okay. It's about 13 to 17 extras, what you're saying. Okay. I mean, it seems like it's very fast considering, but because I always find it funny. Hi, that guy. How you doing, honey? I always find it funny because I know there would be Mustangs and other cars that would get up next to me that would want to race me. And I wasn't really trying to race them, but, you know, if we came to a traffic light, you know, and we're sitting there and the light's red, you know, when it turned green, you know, I would hit the gas real quick and I'd leave them behind. But aside from that, you know, I don't race them. Well, Master Cranes, that's quite alright, baby. I can handle that many ponies. It doesn't scare me, baby. Well, thank you, that guy. Thank you for thinking I'm attractive or pretty. Yeah, I see she has some power. I still take her around the block. Don't want to hear what, baby? But I don't do, I've only done that like maybe twice where someone pulled up beside me. I don't mess, you know, with that car like that because I'm not going to tear up my car and then not have one just because some, what's the right word? Some knucklehead feels like they have something to prove or show off to me, and I'm just not interested. I don't drive my car as fast as it is. I need to be shown how to drive that car. Well, baby, if you feel like you gotta show me how to drive that car, that's perfectly fine. Hello, Enter G. I like that, Sue. That's right, honey. Okay, Master Guns. I understand, baby. Ha ha ha, Judith, you're so funny. Yes, that is beautiful, Sue. And I agree with those quotes. That's right. Yeah, I understand, Master Guns. I do understand, baby. Yes, Judith. I do love cars. Master Guns is right. Hi, Bull City J. How you doing, honey? And thank you for all the heart emojis. And hey to all my beautiful lurkers. Stick with you, Bishop, and I'll be wearing diamonds. Hey, Bishop, you know me. I love my diamonds, baby. Oh, well, thank you, Bull City J. That's very sweet of you. What did I think of your drag car light? Baby, I don't know. Did I miss the light? I'll have to look at the pictures again. I only got to quickly glance at them because I was in the middle of trying to get ready for tonight's stream. You like the 60s and 70s? Well, baby, what was that emoji? It looks like a light to me, baby. But all your cars, they're beautiful. I loved all the cars you sent me the pictures of. They're all beautiful. I need to get me a picture in front of them. Oh, so you would love Master Gun's cars, because he has a set of beautiful cars. He sent me the pictures of them today. And they are something to drool over. His are in the 60s and 70s year that you like, Sue. $2,783 ponies. Wow, Master Guns. That's a lot, baby. Yep. That's a lot of ponies, baby. Oh, is that what that was for? Oh, okay. I think I know which one you're talking about now. I'll have to look at it, but I saw the back of it. And I saw something hanging out the back. So that's what that's for. That makes sense. Judith, you know, no, the guys are just being guys with me. That makes sense now, Master Guns. I know which one you're talking about. I mean, they're all gorgeous cards, Master Guns. They really are. And things that make you go, Bishop. Yeah. That's for sure, baby. Are you off work yet, Bishop? Oh, Judith. Well, I'm happy you're here talking to me, honey. Oh, well, good. I'm glad you're off work now. You get to relax a little bit. Yeah, even Inferno wants you to come back, Judith. Don't be in lurk mode, honey. I enjoy it when you're here talking to me and talking to everyone in the chat. Well, Spirit had a clear message for y'all. If you didn't get something you really wanted at this time, if you feel stuck or feel like things are not going according to your plans, know that something bigger and better is coming. It's something filled with divine magic that couldn't come into your life if you were to receive what you are asking for now. This jumped out, so... So whatever it is y'all are wishing for, Spirit saying you're not getting it because Spirit got something better in mind for y'all. Absolutely, Sue. Sending love to you too, Starla Rainbow. Yes, we do talk cars all the time. Hi, Tommy T-Bone. You missed me? Oh, well, I missed you too, baby. It's good seeing you again. I had the last 2 nights off, baby. No, Master Guns, don't leave. You didn't upset anyone. No, that's good, Sue. Well, I'm happy to see you, Tommy. It's good seeing you, baby. Hello, Ahmad. I'm Gravy, baby. How you doing? You know me, I'm gravy. If I'm here, I'm gravy, baby. I'm so gravy, I got biscuits and sausage to go with my gravy. He's asleep. Well, these couple other cards jumped out too, y'all. So I'll read them to y'all. First one says, in your journey, there will be times when you feel lost, confused, lonely, and angry. These are times of transition. You won't feel those emotions forever. You are transitioning to a better, stronger version of yourself. Shed away those unneeded layers and keep growing. So don't feel stuck, y'all. You gotta shed away the old in order for the new to come in. Let go of all those negative emotions. They're not serving you well. Be in that positive mindset. Know you can create what it is you dream and desire. You can manifest what you want. And the other one is, what's meant to be yours is already making its way to you. What was never yours is starting to flee from you. With time, it will all make sense. For now, bear the confusion and focus on living fully in the present. Don't let your whole life be, I'll be happy when, be happy now. It's like you always hear me say, what's meant for you will not pass you by. And you just have to believe that. So if you feel like Spirit's keeping something from you or something isn't working out exactly the way you wanted, just know that it was not meant for your greater purpose, or was it going to serve your higher self? That, you know, as I say, like just with people, like the people who are meant for you will find you, or you will find them. And it will be a natural thing to where you won't feel like you're trying to beg someone to stay in your life. You're not going to have to beg them. They're going to want to stay just because they are meant to be in your life, like it's part of your soul chart family. I feel like the same is true for this. When we talk about anything else, you know, what we want for our lives, you know, whether it's, you know, to have more wealth, more material possessions, anything and everything. Know that what is meant for you, you will have. And if it's not meant for you, well, Spirit's going to block it from you ever receiving it. But at the end of the day, it's about being grateful. And being grateful brings manifestations. It brings abundance. So always remember that. Be in that mentality of being in gratitude. Because when we're in gratitude, that's when the universe has a beautiful way of coming in and blessing us unexpectedly. You receive that? Good, Bishop. I'm happy. Absolutely. Master Guns, I understand that, baby. And Bishop, I understand that too, baby. Oh, it's always good to see you too, Ahmad. Second card right on. Oh, well, good, Sue. I'm happy to hear that. Spirit just had a few other messages to say. So... I always say Spirit's always right on time. Spirit knows when they need to speak. And the messages are always pretty clear. Bishop, what's with the big sigh, baby? What's the matter, honey? Cat, you feel like something's crying out? What do you mean, Cat? No, well, I'm happy to hear that, Bishop. I'm glad things are better for you, baby. Well, Cat, if you feel like you have a spirit attachment, you can always go through, depending on your religious beliefs, you know, you can always pray if you believe in a God or a deity and ask for their help. If not, if you believe in the archangels, they will also help. And I would suggest doing a smoke cleanse of your environment. All you have to do is take like either some Palo Santo, sage, whatever it is that you are okay with burning, and open up all your windows and walk into every room in your home and demand that whatever is there is no longer welcome and tell it to leave and get out. And it will, if you speak with true convictions and you believe in what you're doing. But you have to remember, in order for the cleanse to work, you have to speak it with conviction. You can't just go around and lighting sage or Palo Santo and thinking just burning it, it's gonna, the spirit world's gonna know what your intentions are. It won't. You have to speak with a clear intention in mind. Oh, Master Guns, you know, we talk about everything in here. You know, some may not appreciate talking about cars, but, you know, I like talking about cars sometimes, so. Crystal Heart, why would you think you've been cursed? Well, Cat, all you can do is cleanse the rest of the house. Cleanse your living space where you're at to keep whatever entity is there at bay. You know, if your uncle's not open to allowing you in his room to do a smoke cleanse, there's nothing you can do about it. You can always put some salt by his front door. But I know he'll probably say something about that too. So all you can do is cleanse the rest of the house if you're worried about that spirit attaching. Hello, Diego. How you doing, baby? You know, Crystal, just because things aren't working out doesn't mean you're cursed. So, and that can mean so many things because, you know, it's funny, just a few minutes ago I just said this. You have to know that what's meant for you will never pass you by. Okay, so an example that would be like, let's say you want to buy a home. You want to be a homeowner. If you're meant to buy a home, it's going to happen. Okay, the opportunity is not going to slip you by. So, um, now does that mean you can't do certain things to help make it happen faster or to make sure it goes smoothly? Yes, there is that, but if you're meant to have it, you'll receive it. So, whatever it is you're trying to do or what you've been trying to do, just understand that either you weren't meant to have it or it's not meant to happen right now. And that's where you got to discern, what is it exactly, you know, um, just because it's not working out the way you hope doesn't mean that you're cursed, okay? Because we all go through struggles in this life. I can give you a long story about my life when things didn't work out, when it seemed like the world was working against me. But I had to understand it was part of my spiritual growth here in this life. I was meant to live through those things to prepare me for something bigger that I would face down the road. And that's what you need to understand. No, Cat, all you can do is pray for him. There's nothing else you can do. Unless the attachment, if you believe there's an attachment, I mean, you can always contact a church. If you belong to a church, ask them for help, but it would require like a pastor, a priest, whatever your religion is, they would have to be willing to come in there, and your uncle would have to be receptive to it too. So other than saying prayers for him, there's really nothing else you can do. I know it's hard, Cat, to accept that, but it's like the saying goes, you can, lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink the water. It's the same thing. You can't make someone do something that they don't want to do, that they're not open to doing or open to receiving. They have to have an open mind to it first. You can't go around fixing people if they don't want to fix themselves. So, um, that would be just like, um, my circumstances. Um, I'm married, but my husband lost his job about 6 years ago, and he hasn't gone out there to get another job. Even though he promised me he would, he hasn't done it. And he's done nothing but sit on this couch all day long, watching TV, just watching the world passing by, not doing much of anything else. Other than maybe he may run an errand, or go to the doctor. That's it. Other than that, he sits on the couch day in and day out. And no matter how much I want him to get up and get some exercise because it would help his overall health, because he has a few major health problems. And also, as much as I would want him to get up and go get a job to make himself productive again, there's nothing I can do about it. I can want all day long, but it's not going to change until he wants to do something about it. So instead, I'm kind of stuck with, I either stay and accept it or I leave. So that's how you got to look at it. You know, if your uncle isn't receptive to it, there's nothing you can do. You know, at this point, all you can do is try your best to make sure you're protected, that you're safe. So if that means doing the smoke cleanse like in your room and around the rest of the house to help it, then that's what you do. But if that's not going to be enough, then it might mean you got to leave and move out and go somewhere else where there isn't those attachments there. But what I would also say to you too is you got to understand that just because maybe there's an attachment to your uncle doesn't mean that it was your uncle who brought that attachment in. Because what people fail to recognize is you go out in public and you can, like, an example of this would be like, let's just say you're, I don't know, let's just say your toilet broke. Okay, so you got to call a plumber. And with your best intentions, you know, you call the plumber, and the plumber comes in and fixes the toilet. Well, what you didn't know is possibly that plumber had an attachment to him. And so you unknowingly, unbeknownst to you, invited that attachment into your home because it was tied to the plumber. There's nothing you can do about that. You know, you needed to get your toilet fixed, right? You could have hired a different plumber, but you wouldn't have never known. You see, so people can unknowingly get attachments just by association, just by unknowingly inviting someone into their home, or just being in their space and vice versa. Like for someone like me, hi Evan, how you doing, baby? For someone like me who, you know, has these, you know, psychic abilities and who also reads tarot cards, I'm not the, you know, every tarot reader is different. And some just study the guidebook. And so when they, you know, go through and turn over cards, they'll just give you like the guidebook definition or the meaning of each card. Okay. I'm not that way. I tap into spirit. So I not only might give you the guidebook meaning, but I may also get additional messages from the spirit world that pertains to every card. Or it may not be anything that has to do with the cards on the table that I pull and turn over. There's just additional messages. Okay, and just by me tapping into the spirit world, because I am then tapping into your energy, I'm putting myself at risk of getting an attachment if there's an attachment attached to you. So I have to put up extra protections to help protect me. And it's not a 100% sure thing either. Because unfortunately, I have tapped into other people's energies. And I have unfortunately gotten an attachment that had to be removed as a result. So, and by me tapping into spirit, I'm also putting myself in that kind of risk. It also drains me. It drains my energy. No, Cat, you don't need to leave, honey. I'm just giving you an example, is all I'm saying, to make you, you know, give you a better understanding of how it all works, because some people don't know that. I'm just simply educating you, sweetheart, just to give you an understanding, an idea of how it works is all. So you're fine, honey. I know, Master Guns. You're a handsome Irish man. Hello, Jalal. If I didn't say that right, I apologize. How are you doing, beautiful soul? That caramel guy. You're so funny. You're so funny, Master Crayons. Well, this is true, Master Crayons. I mean, it's funny because I'm pretty pale right now. Even though I'm, you know, Amazonian, as you say, I'm also part Irish. So, I'm pretty pale. I haven't been out in the sun hardly. Your forearms are wider than some white people. Yeah, I'm pretty pale in some places. Kiss the clover. No, Jalal, I'm not Native American, honey. Yeah, the luck of the Irish is on my side. I know most people wouldn't believe that, but yes, I'm part Irish. Yeah, well, I got my dad's looks. So, let's see. I'll show you who I look like. Because I definitely don't look like my mom, really. This is my dad. That's who I resemble. My mama was dirty blonde with brown eyes. Yes, Liam, you are correct, because he is Japanese. Japanese and Hawaiian. That's who I look like. My mama is where I get the English, Irish, and Scandinavian from. Hi, all men. I'm Gravy Baby. How you doing, honey? Yeah, I think it's cool too, Kat. Well, Jalal, I'm a psychic tarot reader. A DNA test. What do you mean, all men? I'm confused, baby. No master crayons, but you know what, though? I will be receiving a samurai sword from Japan that's being made by the Nakano family, which my last name is Nakano. I am a descendant of a well-known female samurai known as Takeko Nakano. If you were to Google her, she is one of the last female samurai and was one of the greatest of her time. That's where my heritage is from. You're so funny, Inferno. Hi, Jade. Yes, same to you, honey. Oh, yeah, amen. Well, there is someone here that is English, Irish, and Scottish, and Scandinavian. I was saying that I'm also English, Irish, and Scandinavian. You're welcome, Kat. Anytime, sweetheart. On my channel, there's a lot of pre-recorded videos of experiences I've had about my psychic gifts. If you ever have time, you can always watch them. And there's many more I gotta still make that I haven't made yet. I'm still trying to gradually make videos to add to my channel about the different experiences I've had. Jalal, I don't know what you mean by the Book of Life. Well, that's a nice mix. Amen. Yes, Master Crayons. You have a power wagon. It's folded, it's hammered and folded like 20 times. You're so funny. You're so funny, Master Guns. Jalal, yes, I've heard of Edgar Casey. I haven't read up a lot about him, but I do know the name. My grandmother read up a lot about him, and that's where my psychic abilities come from. Who's been hammered and folded 20 times? Y'all are so silly. Alright, beautiful people. I'm probably going to go here in half an hour or so. Well, that's cool, Amen. I mean, that's a beautiful ethnicity mix you have, sweetheart. You've seen the Book of Life. Have you read it, Jalal? Oh, well, thank you, Evan. You're very sweet, baby. One of these days, I want to go to Greece. I want to see Greece. You call me a wimp, Master Crayons? Now you're being funny, baby. Well, baby, you know, I spend a lot of time on here with y'all. And I've been here 3.5 hours, baby, so far. And haven't gotten any paid readings yet. So I gotta conserve my energy for those nights when people are buying paid readings, because it takes a lot of energy to read. David B, you know, there is a bio on my channel that can tell you all about what my channel's about. Yes, you're right, Master Crayons. And through those 12 hours, I was getting paid readings throughout. That card came out again. That's crazy. So Spirit wants to make it clear. Yes, Inferno. I raised it to 30, baby. Because several people said that I was still being too cheap. So I raised it to 30. Some people said it should be raised to actually 40 for what I do. But I was going to raise it to 40 yet. Yes, David B. I'm a psychic tarot reader, baby. Okay, Master Guns. It sounds good, baby. I'd be honored to read for you. Not cheap, just too generous, Bishop. Oh, well, thank you, baby, for saying that. Master Guns, yeah, baby. Because I even got a mediumship deck. I actually got 3 of them. So, I'll tell you what, Master Crayons. Over the next couple weeks, I'll tap into Spirit, see if I can get your mom to come through. Maybe she can give me some messages. And I'll keep them for when you're ready to get your reading. What's your mama's name, Master Crayons? So I can write it down. That way I'll have it. Well, thank you, Jalal. Oh, wow. Did you know that's my middle name? Master Guns. See, your mom and I have something in common. We have the same name. Now you're being silly. Michael, if you want a reading, it's $30, baby. Let's see. Make a note here. No, she didn't like her first name much. No, gotcha. Yeah, there's some people who don't like their first name, so they do use their middle. No, I'm sure she doesn't. You didn't tell me what her first name was. You only told me what her middle name is. The name she was known by. People called her by, so. It's so funny, baby. Shell, was that her first name? Or was that supposed to be Cheryl? Bishop, I'm not sure, baby. Why you ask? Okay, so I did say it right. So it's Cheryl, just with an S. Okay. What hospital registry, Bishop? You're right, it's not a common name. My last name's not a common name at all, unless you go to like Japan or Hawaii. But I'm not aware of anyone in New York. If anyone's in New York, I'm not aware of it. That is related to me. Robert, who are you talking to? Nobody's threatening you. They're right here. Master crayons. Well, I did eat something before I started the stream, so now I'm just kind of munching. Yeah, because it's a big bag. I got the party size bag. See, it's the big bag. Party size. So, I was just munching. So, Inferno, when was the last time you went gambling, baby? Oh, yeah. I like the salt and vinegar ones, too. I haven't been getting those lately, though, because I've been eating these with the beef jerky. And it tastes better with the beef jerky with the sour cream and cheddar than it does salt and vinegar or the sour cream and onion. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Ruffles. I'll eat them if the other ones aren't available, but I prefer the Lay's. Yeah, they are. Because they're thicker, too. Hi, TFYS. Corn chips. Well, like Fritos. That's the only good ones. I like Fritos, too. I haven't had them in a long time, though. See, the tortilla chips, there's like a barbecue or a spicy chicken dip that I used to make that are good with those kinds of chips. That's right, Master Guns, because I drink a lot of Red Bull. As they say, Red Bull gives you wings. I need to get a couple more angel wings. Yeah, I definitely need one of those too, Liam. I would need several kegs, though. As much Red Bull as I drink. All I need is them to hook up an IV to a keg, and I'd be good for a while. Where at? Where'd you see one? I look sleepy. Well, you know, Gemini, I've been fighting a cold, baby. That's probably why. Cool beans. Master Guns. So when I come up there, you're going to get me one of those kegs of Red Bull, or get me a few of them. Oh. Well, dang, Master Crayons, you should have saved it for me, baby. Yeah, Gemini, it's that time of year, baby. You know, where everybody gets either the cold or the flu. So, and going outside doesn't help me much. I know what you meant, Liam. I was just saying you should have put the keg of Red Bull to the side for me, baby. That's all I meant. I told you, just get a truck full of Red Bull. So I have plenty on hand. Oh, that was years ago. Oh, well. I'm sure they can still get a keg. So, Master Guns, have they brought all your cars up there yet? Do you have them all there, or do you still have some at the other house? Hey, Fred. How you doing, baby? Happy New Year to you. Yeah, I was just told that earlier tonight that California's been having a lot of fires. So I had to check to see where the fires were at to make sure it wasn't affecting my family, which it's not, thank God. But it's still too close for comfort. Evan, I'm in Georgia. So how you doing, Fred? Hi, Aaron 1. You only have 10 of your cards there? Well, how many more you still got to get from the old house? Oh, yeah, that makes sense too. No, I'm sorry, Fred. I'm sorry from all the smoke getting in your eyes, baby. Huh. Why is that, Bishop? Well, that's still several you need to get transported. Oh, the Frank. Well, you know, some women are very self-conscious about their looks and what they eat. To where me, baby, no, I'm not afraid for a man to sit here and watch me eat. There's a restaurant that I love. It's my all-time favorite restaurant, and it's fine dining. I go in there and I get a 5-course meal. So for like starters, I get a crab cake. And this restaurant, it's all like fresh. Like all the meat is brought in daily. So the crab cake's about this big. And then I get a bowl of lobster bisque soup. And I get a spinach salad. And then the entree, I get a 14-ounce filet mignon with garlic mashed potatoes. Sometimes I get cream corn, and I'll get the cream spinach. And then I'll get a dessert to go. So I'll eat at least half of that food while I'm there. And so the waiters, all the wait staff, whenever I go in there, they all come up to me and they love seeing me there because they say that I'm one of the only few women that comes in there to actually eat. All the other women come in there and they don't touch like half the food or order half of what I order and eat. So I do understand. Oh, Bishop, I love some crab cakes. This place I'm talking about has the best crab cakes. Okay, Liam, I understand. Let's see. Okay. No, Frank, you didn't, honey. I understand what you were saying. That's an interesting mix to Frank. I mean, I've had a steak with not artichoke, but what was it that I had? It had asparagus on the top of it. And it had some kind of I want to say there was some kind of crab meat or something with it. It was a long time ago, but it was pretty good. No, Liam. I like lobster. Lobster's pretty good. Yeah, those are good. Master guns. Sounds good, Bishop. I look forward to it, baby. It sounds good, the Frank. I love spinach and artichoke dip. You're more of an Italian cuisine guy? Yeah, Master Guns. I like Italian. I'm just picky. I'm very picky. But I do like Italian food. Hi, Princess Diana. It's good seeing you again, beautiful. Hope you are doing well, too. You know, Liam, you can take me there, too. But I expect a nice fine dining restaurant meal as well, baby. You can take me to Burger King for breakfast. How about that? You're so funny. Master Guns. I mean, Master Guns, you know, baby. I have to get all dressed up. You said you want to see me in my red dress. Well, give me a reason to put on that red dress, baby. And pull out one of those kudas. And take me out on the town. So, you want to see me in that red dress, baby. Give me a reason to put on that red dress. That sounds good, Frank. Well, thank you for stopping by, baby. Have a good night yourself. Better than McDonald's. Princess Diana, I do my lives every Wednesday to Sunday. Same time. I start them at 10 p.m. Eastern. And it varies how long I'm online each night. Like I'm fixing to go here in a minute. But I try to be on here for at least a few hours. It really varies. Master Guns. I won't be picky about which Cuda it is, baby. Just take me out in one of them Cudas. And I'll put on my red dress for you. And my red lipstick. And my black high heels. Yes, Bishop. I got a couple of red dresses. There's one that I absolutely love. Well, actually two. I need another one though. One of them I can't fit. It's a little too small. But the other one I can. And it's one of my favorite dresses. So yes, I got a red dress that I wear with my sparkly high heels. Oh, I'm glad, Princess Diana. Yeah, honey. I'm here pretty much every night. This is my job. So, doing paid readings is how I make my living. So, yes, Bishop. I got the red dress, honey. I got a few of them, actually. Akuda requires a birthday suit. Okay, Master Guns. The madness. What do you mean, Bishop? Hey, Bishop. You want to take me out? I'll put on my red dress for you, honey. Hi, Siobhan. Nothing special. I just use retinol, skin cleanser, and moisturizer, and that's it. I don't do anything fancy. No, Princess Diana, I'm not on TikTok. I'm only on YouTube. And I just opened a Facebook. And I might open another account. I haven't decided yet which one. But I'm probably going to expand a little bit. So right now it's just YouTube. And Princess Diana, as long as you're subscribed to my channel and you have your notification bell selected to all, you'll be notified every time I come online or whenever I post something new to my channel. Cheating on you already? Oh, Master Guns. Not even, baby. Okay, Princess Diana. Sounds good, honey. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Because I'm getting ready to go. But I'll be back tomorrow night. Hi, Fiona. You came just in time to say goodnight to Teddy. He's been waiting for you, Fiona. How you doing, Fiona? Oh no, what's wrong, Fiona? Bishop, I see the Japanese writing, baby, but I don't know what that is. I wish I learned how to read Japanese and speak the language, but I don't know it. I really should learn it, though. Oh no, Fiona. What's going on with your heart, honey? That's not good to hear that you're having heart issues. Oh, my card's getting turned upside down. Okay, Princess Diana. Sounds good, honey. See you next time. Okay. It's beautiful. Fiona, I'm keeping you in my prayers, honey. If that's okay to pray for you. I hate to hear you're having issues with your heart, honey. Make sure you're taking good care of yourself and doing everything the doctor's telling you, honey. Oh, Alan, thank you, baby. I'm happy you love my channel. I appreciate all of y'all's love and support. It means so well to me. Fiona, what's the doctor saying about your heart, honey? Like, what's the cause of why you're having heart problems? So they don't know. Well, when do you go see the PCP, Fiona? I mean, that's crazy that they ran all the tests and they didn't find nothing, but then that's also a good thing. So, or you just having like chest pain? Like, could it just been like bad indigestion or something? I'm just wondering. Because I know indigestion can be bad, and I know it can be painful. Oh. Are you having any chest pain when you're breathing? Or are you getting like any pain when in your ribs? Or like in your lungs, in your chest area? I'm just wondering. I wonder what the cause of the inflammation of the tissues around the ribs could be. Do you feel like you like overdid yourself doing something? Like you could have bruised a rib? Oh wow. That's a scary feeling. Ouch. Yeah, fluid around your heart, or even congestive heart failure. Well, I'm sending healing love and light to you, honey. I'll be praying for you. I'll be thinking about you, Fiona. I want nothing happening to you, honey. Yeah. Bishop, what is the condition you just listed? Oh, okay. So they did list that as a possibility. So so Bishop's right. Bishop is an assistant in the OR, so he has a lot of great medical knowledge. Hold on, I'll be right back, y'all. Okay. Okay. Well, there's something new every day. Well, I'll be praying for you, Fiona. Just keep us updated, sweetheart. And Miss Fiona, you need to send me, when you have a minute, honey, email me your phone number if you don't mind me having it. Just so I have it so I can keep in contact with you off of YouTube and check on you, honey. And because you're one of my mods. Oh, wow. Master Guns, I'm sorry to hear that, baby. Yeah. My daddy actually, the doctors messed up, but I mean, he had other health issues. You know, he was in renal failure, but he ended up having a heart attack. And so the doctor said that he had to have triple bypass surgery to clear out his arteries in his heart. So he had that done. And then they still found that his heart was too weak. So they ended up putting in a pacemaker. And because he was diabetic, you know, naturally being diabetic, your body doesn't heal as well. And so the wound from them cutting his chest open to do the heart surgeries kept getting infected, and it would reinfect, like the wound would never heal. And so they put my daddy on all kinds of rounds of antibiotics, and they also sent him to have like be put in a oxygen chamber to where they could put, you know, try and get more oxygen into his body to help, you know, circulation because of him being diabetic, and he also had high blood pressure and high cholesterol. And to try and help the wound to heal, you know, on top of they put a wound vac in, but the wound would never heal, and they couldn't explain why. And it ended up causing him to go to the hospital again. And in the hospital, they ended up cutting him open again. And come find out, the stupid doctor that did his heart surgery left a wire in his heart when they put the pacemaker in. And that was the cause of the wound never healing right, and why it kept getting reinfected. And by that point, because of all the rounds of antibiotics the doctors had put him on to help fight the infection, including MRSA, he got MRSA, ended up like destroying all of his organs, and he went into complete body or into complete organ failure, and that's what ultimately killed him. So I really hate to hear that. Hi, GM. How you doing, honey? It's good seeing you again. Master Guns. Yeah. Oh, it was. I was mad. You know, I couldn't believe that the doctor made such a gross mistake like that. And if it wasn't for that, he might still be alive right now. I mean, yeah, he still needed a kidney transplant, but now we'll never know what would have happened. Because I had every intention on being his donor. And right when I was getting ready to go to the doctor to get all the tests done to find out if I was his match or not, is when everything happened with his heart. So I never got a chance to find out if I was his exact match, if I could have actually been his donor or not. GM, I honestly don't know, honey, because I didn't, because it wasn't my blood birth father. You know, I had no bones in that fight if, you know, my family was going to file a lawsuit, which I get the inkling that his brother did, but um, I don't believe, I believe that he, if he did follow through with it, that he never gave the money to my brother, and my brother would have had, you know, a right to whatever money besides my stepmother because my daddy was married. But something just tells me that they probably did get something for it, but they never gave the money to either my brother or my stepmother. So I really don't know how that turned out. But yeah, I was very upset over it. I could not believe the doctor made such a gross mistake like that. Still blows my mind to this day. That was, let's see, about 13 years ago, because I was 30 when he passed away. So, and I appreciate that, Deborah, you know, and Fiona and GM. You know, he's in a better place. I mean, yeah, that doesn't make me feel any better because, you know, God knows I miss him terribly, but, you know, he wasn't in the best health as it was, but it's no excuse for what the doctor did because now we'll never know. You know, the doctor did, the cause of everything just exacerbated his condition and made it worse. So, and it's crazy when I stop and think about all three of my parents died of something related to their heart because my mama even had a heart attack. Not because she had a bad heart, but it was because of her emphysema. She wasn't getting enough oxygen to her heart. So it ended up causing her to have a massive heart attack. And then my real father had a massive stroke, obviously from having high blood pressure, which I didn't know anything about it. Yeah, he would have been at that age that I could see where it'd be possible. And my family would often say high blood pressure runs on that side of the family. Naturally, eating Asian food, there's a lot of salt in a lot of foods. So that would explain a lot of that. But so yeah, he had high blood pressure that led to him having a massive stroke. Yeah. Master guns, I understand that, baby. I have a hard time trusting them too anymore. Hi, Shruti. How you doing, honey? Yeah, when it comes to the back, that's very, very, you know, I think it's always going to be a hard thing to treat back problems because it's like that saying, you don't realize how much you use something until you don't have it to use anymore. And I think we take for granted how much we use our back to do different things. But I mean, even for me, like just to have my shoulder, worked on, having the rotator cuff repair. I mean, even with my dominant arm, I don't think I really realized just how much I use my arm until I couldn't use it because I had it, in a brace until I could take it out once, I'd reached that certain point after surgery, after it healed. No, Master Guns. No, I'm sorry, baby. You know, I went through a lot of suffering for some years too before I got my back surgery. But I'll say that I think the doctors before the surgeon messed up my back because of them refusing to acknowledge that I had a serious problem. Um, Instead of just automatically assuming that I'm a drug addict or I got mental health issues. Um, when it turned out I had a torn disc, but baby, what? They removed your vertebrae? That doesn't sound good. Master Guns. I don't understand why they would remove your vertebrae to start with. The disc, yeah, the vertebrae, I don't understand. That's crazy though. Mm-mm. See, I'm so particular now. I won't I won't allow anyone to do any surgery on me unless I get multiple opinions and they all have to pretty much come to the same conclusion. Otherwise, I won't let them do it. So, because I wanted to have disc replacement surgery done, but unfortunately, the insurance company wouldn't pay for it because at that time the disc replacement was still considered experimental, and um, I think they wanted to use an artificial disc instead of using a cadaver. I think if they had used a cadaver, it probably would have been better than doing the artificial, but either one, they wouldn't do it. The insurance company wouldn't pay for it. So I ended up having to have a fusion done instead when I would have opted for the replacement. But I'm sorry to hear that, Liam. I didn't know they removed your vertebrae, baby. That's not good. Yes, Jim. I just think that's being smart, you know, especially when you're having someone go in and cut you. Because it's like once they go in and cut you, there's no going back. So, and the damage is done by that point. Wow. L1 all the way to L4. Ouch. Yeah, this is true, GM. They really don't care. They're only in the business to make money, not spend it. But then I hear today, um, I came across it not that long, excuse me, not that long ago. Um, I can't remember if it was just a one surgeon, but I think they were in a different state than where I'm at, or it was just in general talking about how surgeons can actually go in now and still do a disc replacement even if you've had a fusion done, to where I guess they can undo the fusion and go in and change it to where you do a disc replacement. Javid, there's a bio on my channel. You can read it. What do you mean, Master Guns? You think the T2? I'm confused, baby. Or are you saying they pinned and screwed you from L4 up to T2? That's several levels either way, baby. I know that has to be rough on you. Okay, that was the name of the procedure you had. Good. Absolutely, GM. There's always advancements in science and medicine. I'm just waiting to see if they'll ever come up with another way to do the other thing I would need done with like the tarlip cyst that's in my back, because as of right now, I won't trust anyone to touch it because knowing the fact that it's part of my spinal cord and they can't cut it out. They can drain it, yes, but they can't remove it because of it being part of my spinal cord. And going in and draining it by itself presents a lot of great risk, like a spinal fluid leak, for an example. And it's not worth the risk. So, okay, Master Guns. Well, even if it was called something else, baby, I get a good idea of what they did to you. Because I have something similar, but they didn't remove my vertebrae. I still have my vertebrae, thank God. I just have, I do have a plate and screws where they fuse that one area. But the only crappy part about it is yes, it did help in one sense to remove some of the excruciating pain. But in the same breath, it didn't help because I have that tarlip cyst back there that's pinching the same nerve root. So, all the fluid from the disc that was ruptured was leaking out and pinching up against the nerve root. in the surrounding area, which the fluid in the disc is toxic to the body. Hi, Don Frasky. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you, honey. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi to me. Yeah, I don't blame you, Master Guns. I wouldn't let them touch my neck either. Like I said, if I wasn't in all that excruciating pain, I wouldn't have let them touch my back. Yeah, having that disc removed and the vertebrae would cause you to shrink. I think I'm a half an inch shorter just from the one disc being removed. Oh, thank you, Don Rafsky. You too, baby. See you next time, baby. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go. I'll be back tomorrow, y'all. I'm trying not to drain my energy so much since I'm still fighting this cold because I don't want it to come back with a vengeance and make me really sick again to where I'm in bed for days. So I'm going to end it here, beautiful people, and say goodnight to y'all. So I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all's evening or day, depending on what part of the world y'all are in. But I'll be back tonight, Thursday, at 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, beautiful people, have a wonderful, beautiful night. Bye, y'all.